Mwingi West, Member of Parliament. I have got Tabitha Mutinda, nominated Senator, and Arnold Maliba, who is a governance and policy expert. Let's just make sense of all this happening around us. Okay, without much further ado. Ram Aguko?
Yes.
Tufanye ile kitu. Sasa?
Tufanye ile kitu. Of course, lined up also for you this morning, we shall be talking about your health. Today, let's talk about vitiligo. In what perspective are we looking at this into? Well, we are looking at one, what causes vitiligo? What is vitiligo? Can it be cured? Do you know even what vitiligo is? Well, we shall be taking a look at that in a bit, where today I shall be with none other than Jean-Pierre Fayemi, who is the CEO of Europe to Africa. That is, he is also a DJ, a sound engineer, and a rapper. We shall also be with a dermatologist to get the doctor's perspective of this particular matter, where I shall be with Dr. Mercy Karaoke, who is a dermatologist joining us today in that particular segment concerning your health. Remember, on this 13th day of June 2023, we are coming to you live from the broadcasting house here in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you for choosing KBC Channel 1. Good morning, Kenya. My name is Ram Aguko.
Now, the controversial Finance Bill 2023 is set for the third reading today in Parliament, amid, amendments and calls by a section of the political class to actually further amend this particular bill ahead of the budget presentation that is set for Thursday. The finance bill is pegged or expected to generate revenue of 289.3 billion shillings and also spur economic growth by at least 6.1%. But the big question is, will it elevate Wanjiko's poverty at a time when the cost of living is getting out of hand? We'll be keeping tabs on that as a business desk, looking at the ripple effect of the Finance Bill 2023 ahead of the budget presentation, and also looking at who are going to be the likely winners and losers in the proposed budget that was amended. And right now, instead of planning to spend 3.63 billion shillings in the next fiscal year, government intends to spend 3.59 billion shillings financing, debt, and such. We're going to be focusing on matters of pre-budget, so do keep it KBC Channel 1 on our subsequent bulletins right from this morning all the way to 9 p.m. I'm Regina Manyara. We're ready to bring you up to speed with what has been making headlines regionally, globally, and back at home. First things first, a quick breather, then we speak news. Good morning once again. This is In the Headlines, and I'm Regina Manyera, and we welcome your feedback in regard to what you need to see or follow-ups that you want made in as far as news is concerned. But first, let's talk about diplomatic ties, where the presidents of Kenya, Ethiopia, South Sudan and Somalia will in the next 10 days host the clashing Sudanese generals Abdel Fattah al-Burhan of the Sudanese Armed Forces and Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo of the Rapid Support Forces in a face-to-face meeting to secure their commitment to stop the raging war, so as to save the life of the people and stop the ongoing wanton destruction of infrastructure. President William Ruto also said that they will discuss with the generals on provision of humanitarian corridors to allow humanitarian aid availed to those in need. Ruto was speaking during the 14th Ordinary Assembly of the Intergovernmental Authority for Development, that is IGAD heads of state and government, meeting in Djibouti.
We also begin the process of an inclusive national dialogue to get the people of Sudan the opportunity for them to discuss in their diversity the issues of their country. And The generals will also have the opportunity to send representatives so that we can move the whole country forward.
10 days it is. Now back home, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has issued a 10-day ultimatum to the security leaders in Upper Eastern Region and chiefs to ensure that the illicit brew menace is wiped out. Gachagua at the same time called for enhanced collaboration between all stakeholders led by the security sector and criminal and justice system to end the menace of alcohol and substance abuse.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua convened the third regional meeting for the Upper Eastern Region at Kirubi Stadium in Tharaka Nithi County that brought together leadership from the national government and the county government, administrators and security officers. Local leaders were implored upon to take the fight against illicit brew and drug abuse personally and scale up surveillance.
Pesa yote ya revenue ya pombe na bas mukubali isiende kujenga barabara, tusaidie na kada na tufanye advocacy na tujenge rehabilitation centers for those who are beyond help.
Leaders from the political class and the security sector vowed to work together to see to it that the war is won.
Very soon we are going to announce reforms to allow national government administration officers to be supported by the National Police Service to enforce the law in a seamless manner.
We have given ourselves only a month to level the ground. It is a tough task. It is a daring task, because just like the cartels we talked about in coffee, the cartels for beer, or not for beer but for alcohol, especially the illegal ones, they are more vicious because it's a business that brings a lot of resources, but it is premised on the detrimental health of our nation. And therefore, we have to be ready to be able to do that.
That as politicians from this mountain, kwa sababu sisi ndio tumeachilia watu yetu kwa pombe, na wewe umejitolea kuokoa sisi, we don't have any other alternative. Sisi will support you kwa hii vita.
The Deputy President said the government will strengthen relevant agencies and enhance border control and surveillance.
Bangi inakuja kuharibu watoto wetu, inapita, nyinyi mko pale. Mnachukua haki yenu, watoto wetu wanaumia. So watu wako kwa border, please go and do your job. If you can't do it, allow us to bring a new team that can work in that area, because that is what we shall do.
Gachagua has held similar meetings at the Central and Rift Valley regions, where he says notable changes have been witnessed.
Police have refuted claims that a Class 8 student sustained a gunshot injury on the leg after a fracas ensued between police and locals during a crackdown on illicit brew in Shinyalu constituency, Kakamega County. During the crackdown, the area chief was also injured as locals resisted the exercise. 40 litres of illicit brew was destroyed during that particular exercise.
In the ongoing nationwide crackdown on illicit brews, police in Kakamega conducted a swap at Shughuli area in Shinyalu constituency. However, some locals are said to have turned rowdy opposing the crackdown. Residents said that in the chaos that ensued, police fired gunshot that left a Class 8 learner with a gunshot in the leg and was admitted at a local hospital. Also injured during the operation was an area chief as residents hurled stones at the police. Residents accuse the police of using excessive force in the operation.
Mara ya kwanza walikuja kwa hii boma wakapika hata injini ya gari risasi. Hiyo maneno tukanyamaza. Kila wakati wanapokuja huku wanakuja na vituko.
Serikali mnatusaidiaje? Sisi kama familia Shitungu tumeumia. Na sisi tunasema serikali tumekupa heshima yenyu kabisa. Mnakuja kwa hii poma, tumemwachia poma kila kitu. Mbona mnachukua pikipiki yenye iko na kila kitu mnaweka kwa gari?
Kwani watu wa security threat walipika risasi ya kufanya kazi gani? Hata kama ni rubber bullet, mnatupa tear gas ya kufanya kazi gani? Of course wananchi watakuwa wakitete mkisema after kufanya furuku ya kuchukua pombe na kumwaga, wangetoka waende. Alafu washike wale wamehusika wapeleke kwa kotini.
However, Shinyalu Deputy Commissioner Emma Kibara refuted the claim of any student being injured during the operation and maintained that crackdown on illicit brews will continue.
Hatujapata yeyote aliyepatikana na jeraha ya silaha ya bunduki. Kwa hivyo mpaka hiyo kesi ifike kwetu ndio tunaweza kuchunguza kwa kina, tujue huyu mtoto alikuwa wapi na alipatikana namna gani na iliwezekana namna gani, sababu ile operation ilikuwa na mpangilio yake na hakuna silaha ilifaa kutumika isipokuwa ile ambayo imetumika mara ya mwisho kuweza kufukuza ile crowd.
Sentiments echoed by area police boss who urged residents to collaborate with security officers to curb the vice.
Wameenda kiwango mpaka hata wanafika hata watu wa services zingine kama watu wa maji, watu ya stima hawezi hata kuingia kusoma mita pale. Wamefanya illegal connection ambayo is very dangerous, mpaka hata inatembelea chini, wanaweka stima inatembea chini. Hiyo hatutakumbali because wanaona kama wao wenyewe wako nje yao.
From Kakamega, Shinyalu to Shanzu, where the state has ordered a court in Shanzu has been ordered to charge 65 persons rescued from the Shakahola forest with attempted suicide after staging a hunger strike. Senior Principal Magistrate Joe Omido had that the individuals who were rescued and taken for counseling at a center in Mtwapa threatened to starve themselves to death. On Monday, 10 more bodies were exhumed from the Shakahola mass graves in Kilifi County, bringing the total of recovered bodies to 284 since the exercise began.
Bundled in a police truck and a police Land Cruiser, the 65 men and women who had been housed at a center for counseling after being rescued, emaciated from the shackles of Shakahola terror, were taken to the Shimolatewa prison. This is after the state directed a Shanzu court to charge the individuals for attempted suicide after refusing to eat.
They will be required not to answer to the charges, and we shall be giving the reasons.
The prosecution urged Senior Principal Magistrate Joe Omido to issue an order directing the medical officer in charge of Shimolatewa prison to forcefully feed the striking 38 women and 27 men.
Kwanza nipate kujua kama kuna yule ako chini ya miaka 18 kwa wale nimewaita.
They were, however, not required to take plea, with the state asking the court to make further direction later. The exhumation exercise at the Shakahola mass graves continued Monday, with 10 more bodies being retrieved. The total now stands at 284. 19 bodies have been identified by family members, as 613 people are still reported missing.
It's important for us to hear. It may not necessarily be.
And as the Senate Ad Hoc Committee hearings on the proliferation of religious institutions in the wake of the Shakahola killings continue, the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims proposed the enactment of religious crimes.
Crimes that are committed in the name of religion. Because, if you look at most of the things that has been done, you realize that Mackenzie and Budrogo and others were using the same books, holy books that are actually being used by you and I and every other person here. But what do? They selectively read that book and give different meaning.
What kind of punishments do you think we should recommend? Because assuming Paul Mackenzie has committed what we call religious crimes, his radicalization and teachings have killed many people. So what kind of punishment do you think?
When you talk about crime committed in the name, because the state is not an Islamic state, you cannot punish using the Quran. So what you need to do is that this person has gone outside the religion. There are legislative authorities and laws which are created by the government.
SUPKEM also blamed the state for what it termed as discrimination.
So it is better that we are saying these things ourselves and telling and talking to you so that you can actually find a way of how do we get out of this place. Because it is true, if Mackenzie was a Muslim today, Mackenzie would have not been in court. But we are just saying, Chair, what we have been going through in this country. And I think it's unfortunate that we are comparing it But I believe that we are comparing it for good. We actually want to have something good for every one of us. We must find a better way of dealing with crime. If it is a crime, let it be a crime.
While calling for religious freedom, the leaders acknowledged the need for proper mechanisms to facilitate the same.
Still at the court, DJ Brownskin, whose real name is Michael Macharia Njeri, has been charged for aiding his wife with suicide on the 29th of July 2022 at their Kariobangi home in Nairobi. Now, the charge follows public outcry after a video circulated online showing him watching his wife, the late Sharon Njeri, taking poison and succumbing. Details of this from the corridors of justice.
Michael Macharia Njeri, alias DJ Brownskin, will be a guest of the state for 3 days pending a pre-bail report.
On the 29th of July 2022 at Kariobangi South, failed to use all reasonable course to prevent the suicide. Is it true or not true, Mr. Michael Macharia?
Not true.
Not true. Willfully removed it with intent to prevent being used in evidence. Is it true or not true, Mr. Njeri?
Not true.
Not true.
Appearing before Chief Magistrate Lucas Onyina at Milimani Law Courts, DJ Brownskin pleaded not guilty to the 3 counts he is facing.
Prepared report to be prepared and filed within the next 3 days, and bail bond hearing on 15th of June this year.
He is accused of concealing his deceased wife Sharon Njeri Mwangi to take her own life by taking poison, neglecting to prevent the said suicide, and destroying evidence. Meanwhile, the same court has found Stephen Nyangeri Mauti has a case to answer on manslaughter charge.
A prima facie case then is one which is established by sufficient evidence and can be overthrown only by rebutting evidence and used by the other side.
It is alleged that on 3rd of October 2021 at Kangemi Damside, within Kangemi, Nairobi County, he killed Faith Nyatiche. The court has set 11 July this year for his defense hearing.
So 11th of July for defense.
And trial magistrate Zainab Abdul has released activist Musari Siongo and Alvin Zomo on a 1 million shillings bond and a surety of the same. The magistrate also ordered the duo not to interfere with witnesses and refrain from discussing or mentioning the matter in social forums until the case is determined.
I will grant them bond with a condition that they do not attempt to interfere or even threaten the complainant. In the event this happens and is brought to the attention of the court, the same shall be cancelled forthwith.
The two are accused of sending threatening messages to a city businessman, Chitan Baby alias CJ, and extortion. The case will be mentioned on 26 June 2023.
We are also expecting a case in court in the course of this week after 3 people were arrested for swindling a foreigner $183,600, an equivalent of 34 million shillings, in a fake gold sale deal. Now, the trio obtained their money for the sale of 6,264 kgs of gold. We'll be keeping tabs on the development on that particular issue. Now, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has opposed an amendment bill that seeks to review the anti-corruption law. EACC Deputy Chief Executive Officer Abdi Mohamud says if enacted, the bill will create a window for opportunity to abuse the procurement processes at both levels of government, hence demeaning efforts to investigate and successfully apprehend those found culpable in graft cases.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, is pointing an accusing finger at procurement professionals for orchestrating high-profile corruption cases grappling the state. The anti-corruption watchdog claims the professionals are involved in the planning, implementation and cover-ups of at least 80% of graft cases.
The motivation basically for public officials to be engaged in corruption mainly is to acquire some wealth, isn't it? Now our job is to ensure they don't enjoy that property.
Speaking in Mombasa as he launched a 5-day seminar to streamline ethical practices across the sector, EACC Deputy Chief CEO Abdi Muhammad said the commission is concerned by a proposed bill aimed at amending a section of the anti-corruption law. The amendments include deletion of 2 clauses under Section 45(2) of the Anti-Corruption Act, which speaks to the procurement guidelines and planning procedures.
If now you tell public officials you can just start a project without budgetary provisions, what happens? It is a chaotic situation. So we have not been asked to comment because the bill may not have gone to the public participation stage, but we are strongly opposed to that bill.
Mahmoud argues the bill will not only allow perpetrators of graft to thrive, but will also dampen legal efforts.
We think this particular amendment is not in good faith. It is meant to kill the fight against corruption when it comes to investigating corruption matters.
At the same time, the EACC says investigations into the use of public funds at the county level, specifically in Siaya and Mombasa counties, are at an advanced stage.
Within probably 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we shall have the first file ready, and but we don't want to go into the details of who is involved and what is involved. And we are basically looking at detailed investigations when it comes to Siaya.
Juni Karisambele from Mombasa County.
To matters business, where the private sector e-commerce players are keen on tapping into government's digital superhighway initiative to expand their operations into Kenya's hinterland. Jumia Kenya has onboarded 25,000 tech survey agents to boost online trade in rural areas that is currently underserved.
ICT is going to enable your business entrepreneurship to fit into the emerging ways of working.
The government intends to lay more than 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable throughout the country as part of its digital superhighway initiative, of which 25,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable have been laid.
So one of the requirements for you to be able to sell on our platform and even buy, right, is to have internet. The other is a smartphone. So with internet, half of our problem is solved, right? So we think this is a very complementary with what we're doing, and it presents huge opportunities, and these are some of the opportunities we're starting to see come up.
Jumia has welcomed the plan, noting it would go a long way in creating job opportunities and growing the uptake of e-commerce, especially in rural areas.
The point is not to compete with most of these brick and mortar businesses. The point is to be complementary with them. Most of them are focusing on food categories, when we are focusing mostly on electronic, home, beauty categories. So we don't believe that we are a direct competitor to them. We are more, not really a partner, but we are really complementary to them.
Those who are selling categories like beauty are actually getting higher commissions, and then followed by electronics, home appliances, and then finally groceries, because groceries have the least commissions.
Jumia has rolled out services in rural areas, offering those in hinterlands access to diverse range of products. The Jumia Global Initiative is banking on increased internet connectivity, backed by the convenience of online shopping and on-location delivery to expand its operations.
Our strategy really is to be driven, of course, by customers, the demand that we're seeing, being uptaken by customers, but at the same time to be present in those cities, in those towns, because we believe with presence, when the customers are seeing us, then they have more trust, then they are more open to transacting with us, and that's our strategy today.
The Jumia e-commerce in rural areas report indicates that regions around Eldoret, Nakuru, Kakamega, Kitale and Kisumu are the most promising areas for online shopping.
The proposed budget is to be presented on Thursday, where the government plans to spend 268 billion shillings on value chains supporting the bottom-up transformation agenda. The budgetary allocation will target 5 key pillars, namely agricultural transformation, MSMEs, housing, healthcare, as well as the digital superhighway and the creative industry. Benson Rioba has the details.
In this year's budget estimates, agriculture has been earmarked to receive 64.6 billion shillings. Of this, 3.2 billion shillings will be used for the agricultural and rural inclusive growth projects. 8.3 billion shillings will be used to develop and strengthen the value chain in the sector. 517 million shillings will be used to mitigate against climate change. Northern Kenya will receive 765 million shillings to cushion them against drought, and an additional 344 million shillings for commercialization of the livestock project. To combat against pests, 2.3 billion shillings has been set aside for the emergency locust response. According to Parliament, 250 billion shillings is needed to actualize the affordable housing project. 200 billion shillings of the amount is said to be sourced from the pension funds and assets under management, while 50 billion shillings will be sourced from budgetary allocations.
The National Housing Board then will have to be funded through levies. And they are the ones who will come up with the different modalities on how the levies are going to be created or sourced for that matter. And then again, how the levies are going to be used. That will be the function of the Kenya National Housing Board as we are proposing.
The Housing Development and Human Settlement pillar has been earmarked 16.2 billion shillings, with urban and metropolitan development allocations amounting to 13.2 billion shillings.
We intend to turn Kenya into the most attractive destination for healthcare and medical tourism in Africa and possibly globally. I am confident that we can and will achieve our objective, because all that is required is the right people and the right investment.
To increase medical access, the Department for Medical Services has been earmarked 116.6 billion shillings, with 63.5 billion shillings of the amount channeled towards referral and specialized services. Public health is expected to receive 24.6 billion shillings. 5.9 billion shillings has been proposed for the leasing of medical equipment, and 577.5 million shillings for the primary health in devolved units. To prop up startups, the State Department for MSMEs has been earmarked 13.1 billion shillings, of which 10.8 billion shillings will be used for digitization and financial inclusion for small businesses.
We achieve the envisaged level of ICT infrastructure, Mr. Chairman, then correspondingly as government, it is envisaged that we should be able to move away from the traditional way of doing business and embrace a digital manner of service provision.
20 billion shillings has been earmarked to support the creatives industry, of which 15.9 billion shillings will go towards ICT infrastructure development.
Now to sports, the national soccer team Harambee Stars left the country ahead of the international matches between Mauritius and Pakistan in St. Pierre, Mauritius. Now the matches are in preparation for the Stars' return to CAF and FIFA assignments in November this year.
Head coach Angel Firat named this final squad before the team departure to Mauritius.
Matches would be better for us to try more and also new players more. So now we will focus on the rest of the 2 games. How much it has effect on the FIFA ranking or something, I don't know, because from what I know, the rules is that only on FIFA days time the matches count. So the match was on 11 June yesterday, and this was not FIFA day. Today is 12 June. Now the FIFA day starts. Therefore therefore I guess that it doesn't count in the ranking.
Among the notable inclusions in the travelling team are KCB's Bahrain Odhiambo, Kariobangi Sharks Kevin Luke Otiala, Clifton Mihaes of Kenya Police, and Homeboys duo Robinson Kamura and Moses Shumar. Regular Richard Dodaria, Eric Houma, Amos Nondi, David Ochieng, and Teddy Akumu also made the cut.
It is important not only to have a good result, also to play good football, and therefore I can say that I think we will go on in 2 matches to win. So, and for the football fans, I have also to say, really our team, and including me, we miss them because we want also to play at home, but it was in this period not possible. I hope soon we can come together and play in front of our fans.
The team will play 2 matches against Pakistan on Wednesday and thereafter host Mauritius on Sunday. The matches are in preparation for Harambee Stars' return to CAF and FIFA assignments in November this year.
Anytime from now, we're expecting, video or rather footage from State House where even the executive is celebrating 29-year-old Faith Kipyegon's new set record at the just completed Paris Diamond League. So in as far as sports is concerned, we're going to be televising that once the ceremony gets underway. Some of the stories that we'll be keeping tabs on is that all eyes are going to be focused on Parliament today as the Finance Bill 2023 enters its third reading, a debate with amendments. But the big question is this finance bill going to ease the cost of living for Wanjiku? With some of the proposed amendments as we are getting them is that the reduction of the housing levy from the 3%, proposed 3% to 1.5%. But then, have they also reviewed downwards the proposed increase of VAT from the current 8 to 16%? We'll be keeping tabs on that. Remember, the proposed budget is also going to be presented to Parliament on Thursday. I'm Regina Manyara. I wish you a pleasant viewing ahead.
Sioni kama anaweza kuhimili siri kubwa namna hii.
Sasa tufanyaje? Nalishakuwa.
Hamutaniharibia. Not in one night. I will not let you.
Mimi toka urudi hata sijui kwa nini umekasirika. Hutaki kuniongelesha, unakaa hauna furaha.
Whatever it is, haikuhusu.
Pili. Kwanza mimi nataka uachane na haya mambo ya kunipigia simu.
Welcome to East Africa. This is Safari Rally Kenya.
The WRC Safari Rally is set for June 22nd to June 25th in Naivasha. This year's event, the 7th leg of the WRC calendar, consisting of 19 stages, will see drivers, among them defending champion and series leader Khalid Vanpera, battle in what's considered as the toughest rally in the world. KBC Channel 1 will bring you the action to your living room, where a total of only 5 stages will be broadcast live on KBC Channel 1 and the Shakahola exclusive on our Facebook page. Catch the WRC Safari Rally on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
우리가 관리합니다.
그럼 뜻대로들 하십시오. 추후에 일어난 일들은 책임지지 않겠습니다.
뭐야?
지질이야?
All that it takes so I can be with you. I want to be with you.
Malena, what a surprise. You're here at this time? With a suitcase?
I left. I abandoned Oligario.
I think we shouldn't let it go to
don't
waste,
touch
huh?
me.
Hey, calm down, relax.
Just try to touch me, even with a single finger, and you will see just how serious I was.
Don't be a coward, Gaspar. Just tell me who did this to you.
I cannot denounce anybody, no one.
It's not that you don't like the veterinarian. The fact is that you don't like him to be with that woman. You like that lawyer. Las bandidas.
It's like I checked in the rehab.
I love the way you smile. Ooh la la la. Have I told you? Have I shown you what I'm feeling? This is my international love. Oh yeah. She tell me say she miss me, she want me come warm.
Be the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Whoa.
Subhanallah walhamdulillah. La ilaha illallah wallahu akbar.
Mwenyezi anasema wala in kafartum, ikiwa mtakufuru neema za Allah, inna adhabi la shadid, hakika adhabu yangu ni nzito, hakuna mtatakayeweza kuihimili adhabu ya Allah tabaraka wa taala. Aqulu ma tasmaun.
Ikafikia kiwango ambacho na Aisha radhiallahu anha aliweza kumuuliza, hivi mbona wazidisha ibada kwa wingi sana wakati Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala amekujalia neema? Basi Mtume Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam alijibu kwa kuuliza, je, sipaswi kuwa mja mwenye kumshukuru Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ambaye ni Mola wangu?
And welcome to the program. Welcome back, and thank you so much for staying with us. Now let's take a look at what we have on the front page of our local dailies before we get into the people and politics. And just to tell you that my guests are already in studio. We'll get into that discussion shortly. On the front page of the Daily Nation, why Ruto climbed down on new taxes. Why Ruto climbed down on new taxes. A wave of public outcry and mounting pressure from the opposition have and various organizations forced President William Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza administration to cave in on punitive, that is quote-unquote punitive proposals to the finance bill, including the 3% housing levy, but doubling of VAT on petroleum products still remains. Now, a quick one. Some of the concessions is one, to amend the bill to reduce the proposed 3% housing levy to 1.5%. Number two is to reduce digital levy on content creators to 5% from 15%. The third one is double VAT on petroleum products from 8% to 16%. And lastly, increase rental income tax. Proposed 7.5% back to 10%. Some of the concessions there. And now the bill is to be tabled in the House today for MPs to propose their own amendments. Remember, the Finance Committee did their part, and now it's back to the floor of the House today. Gachagua versus Mudavadi, battle for supremacy. All right, this is something that surfaced some times back, but the two gentlemen came out and said, there is no war of supremacy between us. Now, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's derision of Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi's foreign trips has lifted the lead on tension between the two, even as Kenya Kwanza leaders from Western came to the Prime Cabinet Secretary's defense. Okay, still on the front page, police split over Koome promotions. The controversial promotion of the over 500 senior police officers by Inspector General of Police Japhet Koome last week has split the service down the middle. And now the issue is with the commission, now with the Inspector General of Police. Why Ruto climbed down on new taxes? Let me start with you, Mheshimiwa Ngunia. First of all, welcome to Good Morning Kenya.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yes.
What do you make on this? Finally, he's bowed down to pressure?
Kenyans have to be very happy because for the first time we have an effective opposition. Clearly, it is because of the opposition stand that has really caused this thing, and Kenyans should be thankful for serious opposition. Number two, the issues of public outcry. In social media, we have seen the way Kenyans are reacting negatively towards the proposed bill, and also civil activists. They have been really on tour with the government, and I laud them for that. It is good to have discussion before actually introducing anything punitive to Kenyans. And kudos for everybody who played this key role in ensuring we get the justice and we pay the right taxes instead of actually being punished. So thank you so much for the opposition leader. Thank you so much for the civil activists and also the public outcry. Kenyans at large, they have taken to social media and expressed themselves on the same.
Mheshimiwa Tabitha, at the end of the day, is it pressure or from the civil society, from Kenyans, or this was expected in a way?
Thanks, Victor, for having us this particular morning. And as I've always said about this finance bill, I've always really started by thanking all Kenyans that are adhering to paying taxes and are very loyal on tax matters. What I want to really appreciate and acknowledge is that we have a leadership that listens. We have leadership from the executive led by His Excellency William Ruto that is putting its ears to the people. It's looking at the issues that the people have been able to address. It's not a chest thumping issue. The other day I stayed and stated that they've been thinking that because we have numbers, then that is it. They've been narrowing this discussion to the issues of commas and full stops, that we're just going to pass this bill without amendments and all that. And I said that was wrong. We are a leadership that listens to its people. All these concerns, and I want to appreciate all the stakeholders who have been able to bring their input through the social media, also through the sittings that we've been able to have with the same committee. And remember clearly, as I've always said, that this finance committee in National Assembly has both members from both the government side and from the opposition. And they sit there to represent each and every side. And I said, let us give them time so that we can be able to get a feedback. Look at where we are. We are having feedbacks because of discussions that have been on table. If the opposition would work towards having matters on table and being able to deliberate without coming out and all the time having strategies of saying, let us throw stones, throwing stones, running around here is not the way to go, as much as it's a democratic right. But the best way to go is now where we are. The example now that we are seeing in terms of being able to sit and table and deliberating on issues, recalculating and seeing where do we start, where do we amend. And hence, this is where we are. And I'm happy that there's there's light, and we say there's going to be light. Let us give time to this new government. We are just 9 months. We might do some things that I might not believe, but that does not mean we do not listen. That does not mean that is the end. That does not mean we are chest thumping. We are saying we are going to continue listening to the people. We are going to walk the journey with them, because as stated earlier and always said, we went to the people, asked the people issues. Even now, we'll still continue going and listening to them. Yeah.
Okay. Arnold, at the end of the day, the bill had to come back to the House, of course. Amendments, MPs to give their insights and inputs on this one. Do you think the president was expecting this? It was expected either way.
I think the president is actually a Democrat. He is one man who's run for election, and these two here are politicians, and they'll tell you there is no politician in the world who doesn't love pleasing the people. Because at the end of the day, they know that just a slight thing can actually mess a lot of things. So there is no one in his own right mind who calls himself a politician and who is elected, whether elected or whatever process, who would actually go out to hurt people. No one really does that. But let's really put it this way it's supposed to be. Number one, this is public participation. The noises you have seen, whether you call it chest thumping, whether you call it pushing through and everything else. You see, we had equal conversation from both sides. For example, you get people talking similarly rough on the other side of opposition and in government. So neither side has got a monopoly of arrogance, neither side has got a monopoly on the control of people, because on both sides these people are elected by people, so they are popular. So this is public participation. Ours is a dialogue-based democracy, and sometimes you can actually think that the house is burning. Our democracy is a little bit noisy, so you get a lot of noise, and somebody watching from outside will think the house is burning, only to get in and realize, okay, this is dialogue going on. That is how, as a nation, we've actually been able to actually gel and work together. We can have all those tough moments and tense moments. You think that the country would end at the end of the day, only to wake up tomorrow and people are doing whatever they're supposed to do. The other thing is that this government is also listening. Mheshimiwa Ngunya says that the opposition is effective. I still do not believe that the opposition is effective, especially when it's bullying the government of the day, when they're employing tools that hurt the same people they say they are actually, because every time, for example, the few demonstrations we've had, we normally do not want to talk about the people who've lost property. We are seeing people raise money to buy matatus that were banned. They have already moved on that. They really do not care. And we have had people who've lost their businesses. That is part and parcel of the economy that we are hurting, even as we talk about defending the same people. But there's something I think that will afford us time to talk about. You know, when we were coming up with the new constitution, we did away with the imperial presidency and brought in checks and balances and put a lot of power in parliament, hoping that because parliament has got so many people, they might not be able to conspire against the people. But somehow, once in a while, we see parliament running away from that particular role. So I hope that when the bill eventually goes to parliament, parliament will really be the parliament that we give power, because they have got, you know, every time you look at parliament, you see a nation sitting, because that is the representation over people as a government. As in, when you see parliament, we say that is parliament is the manifestation of our people as government. So we hope that they will not be reduced to the partisan levels and everything else, because something as intricate and complex as the finance bill, you cannot reject it in total or accept it in total. You have to balance. So there's so much to look at, and I'm hoping that
just hold on to that. Let me take you through the front page of these two papers, and then we'll come back to the real debate. Okay, thank you. All right, on the front page of the Star newspaper, MPs cut Ruto's budget proposals, unions dig in. MPs cut Ruto's budget proposals, unions dig in. Legislators reduce housing levy to 1.5%, delay implementation by 1 year. That is what's on the front page of the Star newspaper. States struggles to remit pensions for civil servants. That is here. Details have now emerged of the struggles of permanent government to remit its share of pension deductions for civil servants, even after reforms to streamline the system. There is a real struggle at that. Now, there is this story that perhaps, Kenyans were, struggling to get into. DJ Brownskin charged with abetting his wife's suicide. DJ Brownskin charged with abetting his wife's suicide. That's on page 3. You can take a look at that. And even as we talk about that, 2 women narrate 7-day ordeal in hands of kidnappers. One of them is daughter of renowned journalist Shiko Meruri. And the 2 ladies, Erica Gashoka, 26-year-old, and her friend Shanice Agose, 27, went missing on June 4th after the abduction in Nairobi's Westlands area. They were traced somewhere in Thika. Now, lawmakers slash Ruto tax proposal as unions demand more. The question is, will it sail through? The amended proposal, that is by Eric Oduor, says that the amended proposal is not acceptable. Saving is not a priority. Nobody should be forced to save. We have consulted our members, and right now they have told us that saving is not their priority. Mheshimiwa Charles, this brings me to the next question of the housing levy. Do Kenyans really want 3%, 1.5%, or nothing?
To me, I think this is a very rash decision, and we could have been given time to implement it without necessarily going straight to the taxation issues. And I think it's not properly consulted. Number 2, Kenyans have got houses, and the first priority we have is reducing the cost of living. So I think the bill could have waited a little bit long before implementation. But since the president is insisting we need money for development, I think 1.5% should be acceptable. But still, I feel it is not a priority. Number 2, let me collect Arnold. We cannot actually just negate the role the opposition has played in these matters, and we've seen late the opposition is very clear. They will oppose the bill, as Mio will oppose the bill. So I think we need to give the credit where it is due. We've seen a lot of pressure from opposition, and also the civil activists are coming to the members of Azimio to press on the issues, and I think we have come to an acceptable situation whereby we have also to fund our developments, and we also have to fund development without necessarily borrowing. But still, we need to appreciate each other. The government has listened, opposition has pushed, and everybody, every Kenyan has pushed for the amendments of this bill. We will still need more direction on how to reduce the cost of living, which is a priority number 1, without necessarily increasing the cost of living, because now the levy on petroleum products, it's going to have a what we call multiplier impact in our inflation again. It's time we start thinking how we are going to cushion Kenyans against inflation, because there's no salary increment for anybody in this country at the moment. Everybody's crying. We have so many challenges we have to look for, but one of the key issues of which I liked from the president is a matter of fact that if we are going to have this housing levy deducted, he is going to create employments to Kenyans. Let us see how this one works. I'm not sure, I'm skeptical about it, but if at all it's going to do that, I think it's the right way towards easing unemployment rate in this country. Yes.
Mheshimiwa Tabitha, you know, this proposal was there even in the last regime, and it was thwarted through a court injunction, 1.5%. The reasons why it was thwarted, probably we can say that has never been sorted out, and here the proposal is still at 1.5%. Where are we? Still going back to the old book?
Victor, you know, one thing we need to really appreciate, as I've said earlier, is on where we are with the percentage for the housing bill.
Yes.
And yes, opposition, they've played some role. The only good thing they've done this time around, at least they've not put sufurias and gone to start destroying people's property. out there. That one I want to really appreciate them. They've at least tried to communicate. At some point they started giving ultimatums in terms of, oh, remove this bill within 24 hours, oh, we are giving you up to Monday. And then you just wonder, is that how we want to do things in this country? You know, and now I even wonder now what else they want to now bring and shut on table, where because we kept on telling them, you know what you're supposed to do, as much as we appreciate you're supposed to oversee, just come to, come on table and give us your input in terms of the different strategies that you feel.
Alternatives.
Yeah, alternatives that are going, so that if they are not implemented, then we say, then, we are just thumping, you know. But now, I even don't know what they are going to be, bringing aboard, unless the old ways of doing things. And Kenya is beyond that. We don't have the energy to keep on running about without, the solutions. What we have on table is, what we have is time to sit down and see, then how do we adjust, how do we go about it? I acknowledge times are hard. I acknowledge, because even as we've said, 9 months, 8 months down the line when we came, we found, an empty coffers, but we've been trying to try and tell Kenyans the truth. Kenyans have come out, have requested that, why don't we adjust this? Also further to that, apart from the 1.5 reduction from 3%, there's also the elimination from the employer in also remitting the other contribution on their part. This is just left to the employee. Then there's the question of, do I need a house? I have a home. But I've spoken and clearly tried to guide in terms of, it's not just having a structure in terms of a house. There are different options, over 5, in terms of transferring this money for your own personal use, transferring to a relative or your dependents. There is also to the pension fund if you have, or even combining efforts and buying a home. In our manifesto, the housing issue was one of the key issues, or most of these things that we put there is because we want to deliver in terms of what we promised. And we cannot do that without expanding our revenue base. The only way is to ensure we try and increase it by increasing taxes here and there. During any bill participation, during any bill, there is what we call public participation. Is it a process that we skipped? No. We accommodated everybody. We received inputs, okay? Our teams, our committee has been able to sit down and be able to note some of these inputs. And that is where today, this morning, we are able to discuss some of these adjustments. Further to that, are we going to create jobs, as my colleague has mentioned? I appreciate that at least is able to really note, as an opposition, at least is able to note positivity, but also is very young, so he deals with youth and is able to understand
my question
the
is,
useful things.
The aspect of creating more job opportunities, was this a sweet carrot dangled to Kenyans to accept it pretty fast and say, you know what, because when you talk of job opportunities and employment, then somebody will run to it.
Before actually you move,
yes,
I think we need to, I always reiterate again, we need to give credit where it is due.
Okay.
The leader of opposition came out clearly and said we need to reduce wastage in this country.
Okay.
We need to...
I'm told we need to take a break.
Yes.
I'm told to take a break. When we come back, I'm just going to start with you.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break. And we come back, still going to circle back and take you through the front page of the Standard, then straight dive into the discussion, started to get more interesting. Shortly after this.
My name's Carl Tunda and I'm chairman of the local organising committee. It's completely hectic, but I've had fun trying to organise this event and assist, and we've got very capable people. And then on the flip side, I'm really looking forward to doing the event and competing in my 20th Safari Rally. Please come out and enjoy yourselves and yeah, just have fun. It's going to be a super event. KBC, definitely. It's fantastic to have them as our partner this year, and it's going to be on KBC Live as well, I think. So enjoy the show.
After the dust settled on rigorous campaigns, Kenyans are waiting for elected leaders to deliver on their pledges.
Have you used the hustler fund?
When your children sleep hungry, when you can borrow 500 or 1,000 shillings and they have some food on the table.
So the 500 you're giving me now is my purchasing power has literally been diminished comparing to probably even January or December.
But how have the leaders performed so far?
In terms of the amount of money that is being disbursed, the minimum being 500 shillings, how do you scorecard that?
No, that I'll give it a 2 out of 5.
2 out of 5.
1 out of 5.
I'll still give it 5 out of 5.
Every week, we bring you an honest assessment of the national and county governments.
What is the impact of the Hustlers Fund?
There are people who borrow praying they don't have to pay back. For example, they pray that the owner dies.
The Scorecard. Every Tuesday at 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1.
All that it takes so I can be with you. I want to be with you.
Malena, what a surprise. You're here at this time? With a suitcase?
I left. I abandoned Oligaria.
I think we shouldn't let it go to
don't
waste.
touch me.
Hey, calm down, relax.
Just try to touch me, even with a single finger, and you will see just how serious I was.
Don't be a coward, Gaspar. Just tell me who did this to you.
I cannot denounce anybody, no one. It's not that you don't like the veterinarian. The fact is that you don't like him to be with that woman. You like that lawyer.
Las bandidas.
Okay, and welcome back. Is there brotherhood in studio, sisterhood? No, we are all Kenyans. Okay, brotherhood and sisterhood still applies. Yes. Welcome back. You are still watching Good Morning Kenya. This is People and Politics. So, Mheshimiwa Charles, you are on how do you say, you're on point of order?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Number one, we have to appreciate opposition.
Yes.
Played a very key role. Media houses, they played a very big role.
Thank you. Credit for us.
Activists, they did a lot of job in terms of pressurizing the government. But I would like to apportion blame to the handlers of this bill, the people who introduced it first.
Yes.
The likes of Osoro, who were just stamping. We cannot amend this bill even up to comma, even with a comma. So I think it is high time, when we are handling the public issues, we do away with the roadside declarations and tackle the issues the way they are. And it is high time we also learn to start listening to Kenyans. We are representing Kenyans. But everything Kenyans, they say we have to accept it.
But Victor,
Victor, give me back my time.
I would like this, my friend Arnold here cannot just come and clearly.
I was supposed to actually pick up after Mheshimiwa.
Exactly, you are still going back to opposition, Victor. Be fair.
It's important to actually just say this, that number one, this is what I said, that how you do something is also as important as to what you do. The what is also, as in the how is also as important as the what. So it is okay, the opposition has actually been doing a little bit of oversight and taking its role. But you see, oversight cannot be banditry. Because what we have seen is actually, there's a lot of political banditry. So whereas they have done a little bit of good work,
I think Arnold is irrelevant.
Let me just execute that particular point. Because there is what the opposition is supposed to do, right?
Yes.
There is what parliament is supposed to do. The level of dishonesty when it comes to reducing the entire finance bill to an Osoro declaration and a Cherargei tweet, that is not being very honest, because a budget has got about 5 stages. Number one, the formulation, that is both by the executive, the National Treasury, and also the budgetary office, the Parliamentary Budget Office has got a role in that. But this particular document has been in Parliament much more before it came out here. So these guys are actually insiders. They've been part and parcel of this particular process. So there was the formulation bit of it. Now what we are talking about and what we are haggling is now the approval level that is now in Parliament with public participation. Then there's going to be the execution. Then there will be the oversight bit of it. So the 4 parts of it: formulation, approval, execution, and then I don't want to go to the traditional budget making cycle. So be that as it may. But let's look at this. Victor, it's also not honest to say that we have been very fair to this particular bill. We have not been fair. As a nation, as a people, he's spoken about the media having played a role. But let me challenge you. Number one, the finance bill has suffered what as Kenya Kwanza has been suffering. A very hostile media space that we can't run away from. The media space has been very hostile to Kenya Kwanza, and it has also been the same has been extended to the finance bill. I will qualify that later on. Number two, the finance bill has suffered immensely from an opposition that has refused to move from August 9th. An opposition that still wants to bring the day they lost into everything. So they will be questioning legitimacy, they will be talking about servers, they will be talking about 2,000 hackers, they will be talking about Jose Hanmago in Masai Mara or elsewhere. And then number 3, of course, the government itself, that one we can't run away from, that the government itself has not mainstreamed or streamlined its own public communication. That is why you hear somebody like Osoro and Cherargei making a statement and then giving the opposition the fodder to fire back. But what was the bill supposed to do? All of us agree, and by the good thing is that here, all of these guys are millennials. Everybody seated on this table is a millennial. So this is the point. That this particular bill is supposed to help us or aid us into economic recovery. Everybody agrees that times are bad. We know there was COVID, then there was mismanagement in the previous administration, so we are not doing well. So economic recovery. Number 2, this is supposed to actually do, and that is why I was talking about we being millennials, ensuring that there is also generational equity, especially in how we go about taking national debt. This thing has reduced the fiscal deficit from almost $1 trillion, 900 billion plus, to just slightly over 400 billion. Because you cannot have such a huge fiscal deficit and still talk about being fair. That is where we are today. And then finally, this particular administration made promises, the plan. So if this particular finance bill cannot address that, the opposition will actually clutch on that and say,
back to ride on.
Then let me just one point, just for a minute, kindly. For housing, it's about 3 things. The housing reduced completely is, I don't want to get into those technical things. Housing is about eventually in the mid-term and long-term to reduce the cost of rent. Because there will be available decent housing.
Of course, the technicalities when you come to
Number
housing.
2, yes, we will actually play out that. Number 2, it's about reducing the cost of mortgage. And fixing the housing sector in this house. You cannot have a country of 55 million people having only 25,000 serviceable mortgages. And lastly, on the housing thing, is that we are looking at creating at least 1 million jobs. Even in the short term, let's talk about 7 years, 1 million jobs in one sector. However difficult that is, and we should not actually make a like for what is not like. You know, when you talk about the 14 million houses that we have in this country, and then you say that 300,000 might not be so much. 14 million houses that have been built over 60 years.
Hold on to that.
And 300 that will be built in about 5 years.
Senator, what do you make of that? Because at the end of the day, Kenyans also have a voice on this. I call them the fourth government, the fourth arm of the government.
Yes.
Executive, legislature, we have now the judiciary, and now Kenyans, the fourth arm of government, according to me.
Correct. Let me start by pointing this, that today, what you've just read in the newspaper,
yes,
that is what is so different right now from what the media is reading. The media has been so controversial in terms of concentrating on two things, a comma and a full stop. And I've really stated clearly that why don't you get away from those discussions? Today, you've actually been able to read, and you know the media, of course, likes discussing controversies. But today, you are actually cornered because now we are discussing the amendments that you could report and want us to narrow this as Kenya Kwanza, to narrow discussions, that the fact that we have numbers, then that is it. And not allowing us to discuss the positivities of this bill. Now, before even I go to the positivities, back to the opposition. As Mio is here and saying that they played a role. Now, let us not be what do you call, two-sided. We want to say, we've played a role because now we've said we are moving from 3% to 1%. We are not, the employer is not supposed to, I mean, that will be waived off, it's just the employee. But now, even as at now, they are clearly saying on Thursday, they will vote no. If they are true to their word, if they feel they've had an impact in terms of having a voice and adjusting this, they should be on the front line and appreciating themselves by saying, yes, we've played a role. At least now, this has been, there are going to be amendments. They should be rejoicing. But now they're still saying we want to shut. Why? This is because, let me finish my big brother. This is because they want to be relevant in terms of showing their people, we are here, we are still fighting for you, we are walking, we are moving together. Just the face of it. But in reality, it's like it's more of then, where are they benefiting as individuals? Then I think that at that point is when they are going to accept and say, yes, now we are going to vote yes. But even as we speak right now, they're still going to vote no. At the same time, look at the stakeholders. They came on board and they were clearly indicating the opposition. Even the media, they were saying, oh, 95% of the public participants have come and really rejected, but a few clauses here and there, here and there, here and there, here and there. Now, then why are we not in today and say, at least they've been able to look at those concerns and they've adjusted. Here we are talking that we are going to table a bill with amendments. Are they talking about that? They're not talking about that. They still want to narrow in terms of they're still going to vote no. Then what do they want? What they want, they still want, as Anoda said, they have not moved away from September 9th. They still want to keep on Kenyans at that particular moment, at that particular space. Where we are as a country, we have economic, we have challenges, as we've stated. We want to move forward. Can the opposition, come on table and say, then how do we create jobs? If this is not a way to be able to create jobs for the younger generation to be. Look at the content creators. It was 15%. We've listened to them. They've come. What we want to appreciate is the fact that they've been able to come. Even that coming to participate is actually very great, and that is leadership. And on the other side, that listening is very key. Kenya Kwanza does not chest thump. And if we wanted to chest thump, let me tell you, even that comma then would not have been removed. But we are not. And remember, we have numbers. Are we coming and saying we have numbers, we're going to do what you're going to do? No. We've still gone back. And that is why today, and tomorrow being Wednesday, and I know the session today will even take long, the almost better part of the night, on this debate, on this discussion, because there's room. There's room for this particular discussion. So the opposition should, for Christ's sake, try and offer a different opposition mechanism, formula, strategy moving Kenya, because there's no cost of fuel for these people in the eastern region, or these people in Nairobi region, or these people in western, or this any cost affects all of us as Kenyans. So if you're fighting, there's no unga for Mheshimiwa and there's no unga for Mwananchi. When you go to shop, it is a standard price, but it is we accept that the costs are high. But how are we going to mitigate this? How are we going to reduce this?
Yeah.
These are the strategies that we are putting in place.
All right.
But all the time they want to come. No, my question is, as I finish on that particular point, then I want to sit back and ask myself, then what is the opposition now going to come with? What are they going now to bring on table? What do you want to again bring on table?
That's the question to you, Mheshimiwa. You're now your point of order.
Point of information number
Yes.
one. Demonstrations was not about the finance bill. And since even introduction of finance bill started, Azimio has not taken to demonstration. So point of information on
That's
that.
fair enough.
Point of information again. Number two, my sister here, we've not taken any stand and said we'll vote no after amendments. I think Azimio has not issued any press statement. We are yet to get direction, but personally, as a Kenyan, I will not vote on direction given by my coalition or my party. I will read through the bill again and see whether it is good or bad to Kenyans. Then I'll make an informed decision. So based on that, I just wanted to clarify on the same. Number three, I have already given credit to government for coming down, for listening to Kenyans. I have given big credit to opposition because of pressing the issues, and I've given credit to every Kenyan who has participated on this, even in social media. So I think we are reaching to an amicable solution now on how to handle our debts, but still there is question, do we have priorities right? Our priorities.
According to you, what are the priorities?
Our priority.
We are in this particular position to give solutions even to the Kenya Kwanza government.
Now,
yes,
it is paying debts.
Yes.
Paying debts is priority number one.
How will they pay that debt and yet you don't have money? The government doesn't have money.
I wish this 1.5% we are contributing, we are being told is going to pay debts.
Okay.
We are borrowed instead of doing the housing first. I wish this 1.5% it's going to cushion us from inflation, subsidizing what we call the products which Kenyans have been really expressing, the issues of pricing. And we defer the issue of housing. I'm not opposing the issue of housing in future. In future, we can still have this plan, and I really like it. Even that's why even the previous administration tried to introduce it, but it was thwarted by the judiciary. Actually, housing is a very key issue, but how are we going to benefit? The question is, how are we going to manage these funds? We'll see the rich people will be owning these houses through the back doors. Instead of the poor Kenyans, we are supporting, we are helping. So these are some of the issues I want us to address before actually we can pass this bill. But anyway, so far, so good, we are moving to the right direction.
So far, so good. So far, so good, we're moving in the right direction. And you know, he's given alternatives.
Yes, he
his
has.
Priority.
I just wanted to respond to the housing issue.
Yes.
Probably in ways we don't want to look at it. First of all, yes, we don't, as a people, we don't want to look at the housing problem. And I'll use Nairobi, for example. 60% of Nairobians, out of 10 Nairobians, 6 of them live in only 5% of the Nairobi landmass. I want to remind you that the roads in Nairobi take about 11% of the landmass in Nairobi. Now, 60% of all people living in Nairobi, they are simply coming from where some of us were born, in Mathare, in Dandora, what you will call Eastlands. 5%, the size of 5% of Nairobi hosts 60% of all these people. Do you know how we pay for that? We pay for that because some of us cannot even remember the people we went to primary school with. Because somehow, if you're going to get, today is my birthday, by the way, and when I was young, one of those things I really wanted to be was on Good Morning Kenya.
Today's
it's
a
big
birthday.
thing.
No, you've just reminded something.
You are corrupting that. So I just needed to say this, that we pay in it that the dignity of life in those particular places, the quality of life in those places sometimes doesn't ensure that a lot of them make it to the age 40. A lot of those people are sick. So we are paying through that. We are paying for that through other ways. Number one, on security, on health, and so many other issues. But then Article 43 of the Constitution that we voted for, 67% of us turned out and voted for that Constitution, gives us what I call the social and economic rights. What for me is the third and final liberation. That is where we need to go. The first liberation was to do away with the white man. The second liberation was about governance, and it's embodied in the Constitution 2010. The third, and in my opinion, final liberation is socioeconomic empowerment, because being in a free country, having a robust constitution like ours doesn't make sense if it does not translate to the quality of life, education, water, housing, social security, and such like things. So the issue of housing is a big problem. Even if you were to look at it from the Maslow, let's talk about it, the theory of human needs. Still, food, clothing, and housing are important.
Okay.
So we can talk about those good houses elsewhere. But the truth is that, Victor, there is not going to be a day when we will solve that. Why I am actually talking about that is because, do you know that Nairobi was designed for 500,000 people? Because of that kind of thinking, it's not important to plan now. Some of these things, so development has gone ahead of planning, and now you struggle with the regularization. You go to a place like Syokimau, for example, it's already built up, it's 60% built up, there is no sewerage. We are talking about pipeline, for example. A place of 500,000 people now, that entire, from Mukuru all the way to Kwaruben on the other side, Kware to Kwaruben. We are now heading to about 500,000. Not a single social hall, because people did not want to plan.
Perhaps
it was
why the government
populist.
wants to bring housing policy.
Not even a public school in that particular place. I'm just telling you, no sewerage, no social hall, no playing field, nothing. We are bunching our people in very bad places because of populist policies like this, that we are not always ready. Today, we have got barracks in town, and that will follow on our generation. Garrisons were supposed to be on the edge of the city, so that the old Greek thinking was that a garrison would be on the edge of the city, so that if there is an attack from outside, it repels it.
Exactly.
But if there is an insurrection from within, it contains it so that it doesn't spill to the rest of the country.
Let me ask Senator, just hold that, because there's a point you've raised, I don't want to lose it. Senator, if you look at the whole situation, the fourth arm of government, who is the Mwananchi, has completely now won. Because when you look at the public participation, over 1,001 entities submitted their referenda, the memoranda, and what have you. And now the government is saying, this is what we are going to do. It's coming to the floor of the House today. And then again, the second reading, and now moving to the private for transmission to the President. Has the common Mwananchi won? I mean, much as you're saying that opposition is this, the government on that, but there is one person in the middle, the Mwananchi.
Let me clearly say, yes, Mwananchi has won. Why?
Yes.
This is because this housing is for this Mwananchi. This infrastructure. And let me tell you, this housing is not just housing alone. These are amenities that it's also going to have other social amenities, like the social hall, as Arnold has said, also the schools around within that particular area of construction.
Yes.
And all these other better ways of living. There, as you said, there are no sewerage. And I support it as a representative of Nairobi, because we have, in general, we have over 1,400 slums in this country. And it is sad because Nairobi carries the biggest chunk of the slums that we have in this as a city. It is huge. And these people also living in the slums are people who are working day and night. But we look at their living condition. It is not presentable at all. And so in future, with the strategy that we have for housing, the Mwananchi is the first beneficiary. But I hear the position is trying to also de-negative that by telling Mwananchi, no, it is who is going to benefit from those houses, which is very wrong. It is the focus is Mwananchi, and the plan is actually to do 25-story flat building, ranging from a one-bedroom, two-bedroom, a studio, depending on the capacity of being able to afford of an individual, so that everybody can be able to acquire what they can be able to sustain moving forward.
Because we are waiting for today we are waiting for the report to be tabled in the House today.
Yes.
But from what we hear along the corridors, what do you make of this finance bill? Is it Mwananchi oriented? Is it because the government wants some money to keep the government moving? How do you see it?
You see, for us, for the government to be able to sustain,
yes,
the first priority is debt repayment, but be able to sustain all the other amenities is to be able to increase the tax base so that mwananchi can be able to benefit. I've said earlier that it is also the high time for mwananchi to be able to see the value of the tax that they pay. There have been complaints that we pay tax and we are not being able to get the services the government is supposed to offer. The governor said what we collect is not enough. So by increasing it, then it will be able to have a win-win. The government will be able to offer services as required at that particular level. So at the end of the day, it is a win.
Okay.
It is too early to conclude who has won this, because it will also depend on how we are going to use these funds. We are going to contribute.
Victor, still the opposition wants to go narrow down and say, give the negativity of how the funds are going to be used.
Can I answer your question?
They kept on the housing the 3%, that it is too huge, they are not ready. Now we've moved away from that, we are at 1.5 and
Victor.
Now they still want to go to the administration part of it and negate it further. The opposition is here to frustrate the government. And let me say, you know why they did not go to Maandamano for finance bill? It is very simple. We clearly told them, try, because we are now, the rule of law will take its course. We are not going to accept you all the time destroying, and they've not been able to
you are threatened, that's why you coiled your tail.
Of course I've said, and I've given credit to everybody, to government, to opposition, to Kenyans. And I have to say again, there's a role of oversight now, coming from both quarters of the house, that is Kenya Kwanza and also Azimio. We have to ensure the funds we are going to collect, they are properly, efficiently and effectively utilized for mwananchi to realize this. So that's why I'm still saying it is too early to conclude whether mwananchi is going to benefit. And at the same time, who is going to benefit from this housing scheme? It is another question. Is it the rich who have got connection from the peers of housing and finance, or it is the common mwananchi who has got no house, who is living in the slum? We have to wait and see that.
Okay.
Victor.
Yes, I know.
When it comes to taxes, there is no day where anyone will give taxes willingly. So long as there is a finance
it's always a hard nut to crack.
It's always going to be a fight. Like, all of us want to go to heaven, but no one is ready to die. All of us want a good government, they want government services, but no one is willing to pay taxes. So that is always going, it's never going to, there's never going to be a day when you talk about taxes. Even giving tithe and offerings in church, people still grumble about it. It's one of the reasons why churches and in religious spaces people fight. But it's important to speak about some few things that they are raising. The issue of subsidy on fuel, the 16% on petroleum. Can we just be honest? From Nigeria, a country that is producing oil, the new president has done away with subsidies. Because when you talk about subsidies, we are assuming that somebody somewhere else will actually be paying for it. That's a lie. You are going to pay. Government has no other money other than the taxpayer's money. That taxpayer is you. So when we bring in, it doesn't even make economic sense to speak about a subsidy for a country that already has got a huge fiscal deficit. So let us not lie to each other, and we are moving away from the economics of lying and populist policies so that we just please you. We'd rather pay for what we're taking. Even Uganda, that is landlocked on the other side, has no subsidies. We just need to actually be fair to ourselves, because, and these are members of parliament, they'll tell you that the subsidies that we were being sweetened with, those guys weren't even paying for them. It's now in this particular finance bill as a pending bill. So why should we be lying to you that we are going to bring in a subsidy, we don't pay for it, and we are paying for, as in, we are going to pay for it. That 8% that we are being told is being increased so that it's 16, government has to go and borrow as a deficit, and do you know at what rate they are borrowing? Much higher. So that then, that 8%, when we pay back the money they have picked, it's much more than if we would just have paid.
So Kenya should just brace themselves for some tough times currently.
Because a good citizen has got 3 characteristics. That will be my parting shot. A good citizen is either in school or at work. In school, building capacity; at work, building the nation. Number 2, a good citizen pays taxes. And number 3, a good citizen does community service. So if you want to consider yourself good, you must be doing either of those.
I'm glad all of us are good citizens. Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Oh, a long time ago, MPs weren't good citizens. They used to refuse to pay taxes.
We are all good citizens. Mheshimiwa Tabitha.
Nowadays they pay though.
Yes. So looking at also the other things that we've not been able to mention because of, I think, time. I've always said that we have exemptions in this bill for different raw materials, like the fertilizer raw material, pharmaceutical product, there's exemption. There's also exemption for the pesticide control. These are things more on the agricultural sector, because I've always said that an area that we need to also improve is the agricultural sector. And also looking at the land issue, back to the housing factor, the land issue. We want the housing factor is within the urban area. We don't want to start going to utilize the agricultural land within the county or the rural areas. Those are areas that agriculture needs to be improved. There's also subsidy for the fertilizer, so that there's a lowered price, and many other factors within the agricultural sector. So moving forward, and us adopting to this bill, it's going to quite sort a number of issues. Yes, I agree and accept that it's going to be tough, but like any management, like any leadership, changes always have resistance. But with time, you know, they are adapted, and then we embrace. When Kibaki was bringing a free primary education, there was resistance.
Yeah, nobody actually embraced it at first.
Embraced it, and there were issues here and there. But look at where we are. We've moved. We've made steps. We've made strides with that. At the same time, as Maliba had mentioned, in terms of the fuel subsidy that was there. He's saying, us as members of parliament, we have it as a pending bill. But further to that, okay, we need to acknowledge and say the handshake government is the one that brought us to this mess of this so-called fuel subsidies, you know, and they should be, I mean, the last people to be able to go, because the issue that we prioritize as debt repayment, they have made us now be able to bring ourselves to this particular point. Yet they've been there doing that. They've never been able to say, I mean, even the UNGA, you saw that we still have pending bills for UNGA subsidy that was quote unquote in place when they put they said during elections for political purposes, UNGA is 100. You and me, you know very well, we went and we were told you can only pick one UNGA, and at some point there was no UNGA. But further to that, on the UNGA, it's good I've just mentioned. I've said it is the high time Kenyans, we also move away from one commodity of a staple food called ugali.
And diversify.
And diversify to different agricultural products that will also add economic value to our country, increase different cash crops in this country. We can not only be talking of one staple food called unga, and that is it, and we want to stop there. It is the high time we diversify. It is also the high time, as matters of fuel are being discussed, that we also start embracing what the president has said in terms of having, I mean, chargeable motorbikes. You know, we need to move away from that and accept that we can be able to have, because looking at the motorbike sector, I mean, it is a very big industry. It's an industry that is also generating income and all that, and also to be able to reduce their cost of operation for the bike people, because these are still the mwananchi. But you see, the opposition has come and told us, oh, you see, you lied to the hustlers. But if they are keen and they are able to allow us to discuss this issue, at the end of the day, they narrow down to that common mwananchi, to the benefit of that common mwananchi. But every time we try to positively to communicate about that, then they try to take us back to no mwananchi, then this will be done, this will be done. It's a popularity of the negative energy to the mwananchi, which is for Christ's sake. This is our country. This is our beautiful country. The opposition, for Christ's sake, for once, try and let us talk to Kenyans in the right way. But I still want to appreciate Mheshimiwa here. He has said that he's going to look at the bill. He's going to vote consciously, not being directed and being given commands like, this is what you're supposed to do. Even us, some of us in Kenya Kwanza, were able to speak out and say there are some areas that are not really so good.
Okay.
Let us communicate. Why? Because we said that because we knew that we have an executive that listens. We have leaders that are able to listen. We can be able to sit on table, you know. So anyway, on that part for him, in terms of to make his own decision for the people of Mwingi, it is great. And I think, as I said, he's still a young leader. And if other leaders would be able to reason with him in their position and be able to not allow that Baba is the one reading this thing, but they are able to have their input, it will be much fair.
We'll get the records on how he voted the floor of the House.
I would like to appreciate Arnold for accepting the fact that there was first liberation of 2010 Constitution, which was keenly geared by President Kibaki and Raila, Kalonzo, and Gilo.
We can't take
so
away
you
that
accept
from
there is something Raila has done for this country.
No, Raila has done so much for this country. We can't
Number
deny
two,
that.
I would like to correct my sister here. It is not opposition which is telling hustlers that they have really suffered under this regime. It is hustlers themselves expressing, and even every Kenyan is feeling there is difficult time at the moment. What we want to do and look in the way forward is how are we going to fix the issues of high cost of living? How are we going to fix the issues of debt levels we are experiencing? Then my question goes to, she has blamed handshake. Who was the president? Who was in presidency between 2013 to 2022?
The chairman of
It is two people. Constitutionally, we gave the powers. President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Vice President, our Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto. So let us stop apportioning blame on handshake. Kenyans know our Deputy President was William Samoei Ruto. Our President was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So these issues of handshake should never arise in anywhere. Up to 2022.
That is de jure. But de facto, Raila was a co-president. As in, there is what is in law. Like today, he's a member of parliament, right?
Yes.
He has got a CDF.
That in the Constitution?
He has got. That's why I spoke about de jure and de facto.
Yes.
I'll tell you, when you ask him if he has got any role in the CDF, he will tell you no, because in law, he's only a patron. Exactly. But we know that in the same law, if a member of parliament, God forbid, dies, we come up with a new CDF committee. If he doesn't have a role, if he has, and if you go to his CDF, you will find the people he has okayed to be there. So in law, he has no effect. He has no control of CDF. That is how we have beaten out the many rulings around CDF. But in fact, that's why I said, so de jure, he doesn't control CDF. De facto, you cannot be in his CDF if you are not his person. Exactly. So that is what happened during the handshake. That in law, William Ruto was a deputy president. But in real essence, he was a man going around mpaka anaitwa tangatanga na kusukumwa huko kwingine. He was suffering.
I want you to do this. I want to treat that as your closing remark. That's your closing, closing remark. Mheshimiwa Tabitha, in 5 seconds, we are running out of time.
And that is why I really appreciate William Ruto. I've been humiliated, you know, for that particular period. And he still was sober, he was just calm. He just waited. And up to now, he's the president. And even some of the people, let me tell you, some of the people even who humiliated him, who are still in that state house, he accepted to still work with them, even in this particular regime. He's still in the same. He's human. He's very considerate, and he's very mature as a leader.
Your closing remark.
Ruto has had experience all this time, and this is a president who's going to give us change.
Your closing remark.
I can only say embrace yourself for tough times, because taxations have not gone up. And this bill is going to go through in Parliament.
Thank you.
Yes, definitely. You have to embrace it, because numbers don't lie. Me, I talk facts. Whether you vote yes or no, I know yes will carry the day because of
let's wait and see how it will go. By the way, before we finish, happy birthday, Arnold.
Yeah.
Just tell us, how old are you today?
I am old enough to start eating vegetables in the morning without being asked.
All right. Thank you so much, Arnold Maliba. Happy birthday, and thank you so much for coming to the show. Tabitha Mutinda, nominated senator. represent Nairobi vizuri sana. We are your people. And Charles Ngusia, thank you so much. Mwingi West watching, he's a gentleman. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to the show. Let's right now cross over to Zinga. We are still going to have this discussion ongoing. The issue today is about taxes and the bill, which is going to be tabled before the House this afternoon. My name is Victor Law on behalf of these amazing people here on set. Thank you so much for watching. Good morning. Bye-bye.
After the dust settled on rigorous campaigns, Kenyans are waiting for elected leaders to deliver on their pledges.
Have you used the Hustler Fund?
When your children sleep hungry, when you can borrow 500 or 1,000 shillings and they have some food on the table.
So the 500 you're giving me now is my purchasing power has literally been diminished comparing to probably even January or December.
But how have the leaders performed so far?
In terms of the amount of money that is being disbursed, the minimum being 500 shillings, how do you scorecard that?
No, that I'll give it a 2 out of 5.
2 out of 5.
1 out of 5.
I'll still give it 5 out of 5.
Every week, we bring you an honest assessment of the national and county governments.
What is the impact of the Hustlers Fund?
There are people who borrow praying they don't have to pay back. For example, they pray that the owner dies.
The Scorecard, every Tuesday at 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1.
Sioni kama anaweza kuhimili siri kubwa namna hii.
Sasa tufanyaje? Nalishakuwa.
Hamtaniharibia. Not in one night. I will not let you.
Mimi toka urudi hata sijui kwa nini umekasirika. Hutaki kuniongelesha, unakaa hauna furaha.
Whatever it is, haikuhusu.
Pili, kwanza mimi nataka uachane na haya mambo ya kunipigia simu.
Welcome to East Africa. This is Safari Rally Kenya.
The WRC Safari Rally is set for June 22nd to June 25th in Naivasha. This year's event, the 7th leg of the WRC calendar, consisting of 19 stages, will see drivers, among them defending champion and series leader Khalid Vampera, battle in what's considered as the toughest rally in the world. KBC Channel 1 will bring the action to your living room, where a total of only 5 stages will be broadcast live on KBC Channel 1 and the Shakahola exclusive on our Facebook page. Catch the WRC Safari Rally on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Kazi kwako.
Tuna mchakato wa masuala ya kitaifa tunajadili hapa, ikiwa ni siasa, uchumi na masuala ya kijamii, na ni kipindi ambacho kinakujia moja kwa moja kupitia runinga unayoipenda KBC Channel 1 kwenye usanjari wa Good Morning Kenya, na vile vile pia kwenye Radio Taifa kwenye usanjari wa Zinga. Upande wa pili yupo mwenzangu Dora Manya, upande huu ni mimi mtangazaji wako, jina langu naitwa Rashid Momkondo. Mtazamaji, msikilizaji, kumbuka siku ya Alhamisi makadirio ya bajeti ya taifa la Kenya yataweza kuwasilishwa na waziri wa fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u, na ni bajeti ambayo husomwa aghalabu na mataifa wanachama Afrika Mashariki, nikimaanisha kwamba Burundi, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania na vile vile pia mataifa karibu. Lakini hayo yote mtazamaji, ili kufadhili bajeti hii kubwa ambayo inatarajiwa kwa kima cha trilioni 4.5 mtazamaji, ambayo ni kubwa zaidi tangu taifa la Kenya lijinyakulia uhuru wake, katika mswada wa kifedha mwaka 2023, yani Finance Bill 2023 mtazamaji, kuna mikakati kadhaa serikali imeweka ili kufadhili bajeti yake. Serikali imesema kwamba haitaki sasa kukopa, inataka kukutoza wewe ushuru ili kuweza kugharamia mahitaji yake mtazamaji. Kumbuka mswada huu unatarajiwa kuwekwa bungeni ili ujadiliwe. Leo ni Jumanne, mswada huu utakuwa unapitia sehemu ya pili ama second reading katika bunge la kitaifa. Ikiwa mswada huu mtazamaji utapita, basi Rais William Ruto atautia sahihi na kuwa sheria. Hata hivyo mtazamaji, ni nini kilichopo katika mswada huu ambao umeibua mchakato mkali kutoka kwa makundi mbalimbali, viongozi mbalimbali na umma kwa jumla? Hii leo mtazamaji, ndani ya studio tumewaalika wageni kuchambua matarajio ya bajeti na mswada wa kifedha mwaka 2023, the budget and the finance bill 2023. Bila kupoteza nukta, sekunde wala dakika mtazamaji, ndani ya studio ninaye wakili na mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa ndugu George Kithi. Karibu sana.
So daktari.
Na vile vile pia ninaye mchanganuzi wa kisiasa na mwanauchumi Bwana David Alulu. Karibu sana.
Shukran.
Mwelekezi wangu Fadhili Athman ananiambia Rashid, kumbuka ni mtazamaji msikilizaji, sio msikilizaji mtazamaji. Asante. Na moja kwa moja labda tukianza kipindi, bajeti ya Kenya itasomwa siku ya Alhamisi wiki hii. Bajeti hii itakuwa kubwa zaidi katika historia ya Kenya, huku ikitarajiwa kufika shilingi trilioni 4.5. Usemi wenu ni upi kuanza kutokana na hili? Tukianza na wewe Bwana Alulu ambaye ni mwana uchumi.
Nashukuru sana. Wajua matarajio ya kila mtu yoyote yule, hiyo kwa familia, kibiashara, kitaifa, kiuchumi. Unataka uone kwamba rasilimali zako zinapanda. Hautaki kuamka kesho kama ulianza kazi miaka 10 na shilingi 8,000, miaka 10 baadaye unapata mshahara shilingi 8,000, na maanisha haufanyi kazi nzuri, ama mahali penye umeajiriwa sio mahali pazuri. Kwa hivyo nadhani tunaelekea pazuri kama taifa, mimi tukiwa na budget kubwa. So jinsi ambayo tutaifadhili nadhani ndio imeleta kiwewe kidogo, lakini mimi nafurahia sasa. Inamaanisha kwamba taifa la Kenya ni taifa tajiri Afrika Mashariki, and that is something to be proud of. Yes.
Haya, kauli yake mwana uchumi anasema anaona tuko sawa. Bwana Kithi, wakubaliana naye?
Nakubaliana naye, lakini nadhani la muhimu ni kwamba kwa Mkenya ni gali. Ni gali sana, na kila mwaka labda ugali huo unaongezeka. La muhimu nadhani hapa ni kwamba mwananchi lazima afahamu kwamba hakuna uhuru bila ushuru. Kwa hivyo uhuru ni gali sana. Demokrasia pia ni gali. Kwa hivyo kama tutakuwa na mfumo wa demokrasia ambao itaashiria tutakavyoongozwa na viongozi wetu, lazima tuweze kukimu demokrasia hiyo na hali yetu ya maisha kwa kupitia malipo, na malipo ni ushuru wetu. Lengine ambao ni muhimu pia ni kwamba labda kuelewa mazingira ambayo tuko nayo ni kwamba hakuna uhuru bila sheria. Hakuna ushuru bila sheria. Kwa hivyo sheria ndio itatathmini ruhusa ya vile viongozi watakavyochukua pesa kutoka kwetu kwa shurutisho la sheria, ili mradi tuweze kuhakimu. Kwa hivyo uhusiano ambao tuko nao kwa sasa, ambao tunajadili nao, ni kwamba tunachagua viongozi kisha tuweke mamlakani, na baadaye wale viongozi tunawapa pesa zetu kupitia kwa mswada ambao uko sasa bungeni, ili mradi kwamba wachukue pesa zetu kwa kushurutisha kuzichukua. Alafu wao watathmini ni vipi watakavyo tuongoza kupitia kwa hela ambayo tumewapatia. Lakini muhimu ni kwamba tukitaka pia kuwa na maendeleo hutoka kwa pesa zetu peke yake. Aidha tumezikopa maza mifuko yetu
maendeleo huwa ni sisi tumepeana pesa zetu kupitia kwa ushuru ili mradi kwamba iweze kupatikana.
Bwana Kithi amesema kwamba hakuna uhuru bila ushuru, lakini pia una ushuru lazima uzingatie sheria. Nirudi kwako Bwana Alulu, umesema kwamba bajeti hii kubwa ni dhihirisho tosha kwamba Kenya imekuwa kiuchumi na ni tajiri. Lakini mbona Kenya hii ikuwa kiuchumi kwa watu baadhi, mamilioni ya Wakenya wateseke?
Wajua, ni napenda sana kuzungumzia biashara, maana yake mimi ni mfanya biashara, na jambo moja ambalo litafanya kila mwana biashara ajue kwamba biashara yake ina nawiri ama inastawi ni wakati ambapo unapofanya balance sheet zako zinakuonesha kwamba you are in positive not in negative. Na wakati ule ambapo unafanya hii, kuna watu ambao miaka zote, hata kwa familia, kuna watu watakuwa wanaridhika na kuna watu hawatawaridhika. So kwa taifa la Kenya kama nchi, uchumi ni gali kama alivyosema mwenzangu, lakini pia inatuweka sehemu ya heshima. Nilikuwa natafakari jambo, mtu alisema mahali, wewe ukiwa na jirani ambaye miaka zote yeye ni mtu waombaomba, asubuhi anaamka anakuja anakomba majani chai, saa 7 anatumana enda muombe kiberiti tuwakishe moto, jioni anatumana enda omba chumvi, huyu mtu baadaye unaanza kumuogopa. Hata watoto naambiwa akija mwambie si yupo, sababu unaogopa kuombwa. Lakini ukiwa na jirani ambaye anajitegemea siku zote, hata anapokuambia njoo tukule gumzo kidogo, hauogopi kwa sababu hauna hofu utaombwa. Kujitegemea ni wakati ambapo unaweza kujisimamia maisha yako. Na taifa la Kenya nadhani tumefika kiwango ambacho lazima tukubali, if we are to progress lazima nasi tukaweze kugaramika. Alivyosema mwenzangu, wakati wote ule ambavyo unataka kuwa na uhuru wako, kwa sababu mdeni, mtu yote ambaye anaishi kwa mkopo ana uhuru, kwa sababu utaishi chini ya sheria za mdeni wako aliyekukopesha, uko chini ya masharti yake. Lakini siku zote wakati ambapo una uhuru wa kiuchumi, una uhuru wa kipesa, hata majirani na marafiki zako wanakuheshimu. So Wakenya kuna wale ambao wataumia na ni kawaida kuumia, na kuna wale ambao watakubali kwamba lazima tuweke bidii. So hapa turudi kwa msemo wa mzee rais hayati Kibaki. Alisema kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. So wakati ambapo watu watakubali kwamba sisi tutajitegemea kama taifa, lazima wajue tutaenda gharama zaidi. You can't enjoy infrastructure nzuri kama ambayo tuko nayo Nairobi sasa hivi, kama expressway na vingine, kama hatulipi. Na kulipia ni lazima we go deep in our pockets, tuweze kugaramika, tulipe ushuru, ili gharama nyingi zisiwe zinatufanya sisi kuwa watumwa wa wale ambao wanatukopesha sisi. Juzi nimesikia rais akisema jambo ambalo kwangu mimi nadhani ni jambo lina make a lot of sense. Wakati ambapo tunaishi kuwategemea wafadhili wa Western world, tunapoenda kwao, nisikia rais akisema marais 50 wa Afrika wanaalikwa na rais mmoja wa Marekani ama nchi za kule ng'amba, alafu naambia ongea dakika moja then tupige picha tumalize, kwa sababu hatuna uhuru wa kiuchumi. But every time uko na uhuru wa kiuchumi, ndio unaona tunakuwa na watu wanajiita G7, kila mtu anakuja anasema mimi nitatoa bilioni 5, mimi nitatoa bilioni 10, mimi nitatoa pesa kiango fulani, kwa sababu wanao uwezo wa kiuchumi. I think it's about time sisi kama Wakenya tukubali kwamba tunahitaji uhuru wa kiuchumi, na uhuru haukuji tu kwa njia ya mzaha. Hata uhuru ambaye tunajivunia leo, kuna wale walipa gharama wanaitwa maumau na wengineo, walipa gharama, wengine wakafa, wengine wakapotea, wengine wakakuwa jinsi alivyokuwa, ndiposa Kenya ikawa nchi. So hata uhuru wa uchumi pia lazima tugaramike ndio tufike mahali.
Asante. Bwana Kithi amezungumzia kuhusiana na uhuru wa kiuchumi. Bajeti hii ni kubwa na lazima iweze kufadhiliwa. Je, Kenya iko na uwezo wa kufadhili bajeti hii kivyake?
Naam. Nadhani wakati wa bajeti ni wakati wa makadirio, matumizi ya pesa na vitu kufadhili. Ikiwa pesa hizo hatunazo, yani tunasema kwamba tutafanya hiki na hiki na hiki, lakini hatuna hela hata ndururu. Lakini tutazipata vipi? Ni kwamba sisi sote tutakadiriwa vile tutakavyo fidia hiyo bajeti. Kwa hivyo ni kusudio tu la kwamba ndani ya miezi 12 pesa tutazitoa hapa na tutazitumia kihivi. Muhimu ni kwamba kuwe na nafasi ya mapimo, kupima kiasi cha pesa utakazozitoa kutoka kwa wananchi wenyewe, alafu matumizi yake. Kumbuka ya kwamba uhusiano ni huu, kwamba tunapeana pesa hizo kwa serikali, maelewano ikawa kwamba serikali inarudisha pesa hizo kupitia kwa mfumo wa miundo msingi. ni barabara, ni shule, ni kuridhia nini. Hivyo basi lazima tukubali ya kwamba ni uhusiano ambao una mkwaruzano. Hela ni ya kibinafsi. Hela kwa kawaida huwa ni ya kibinafsi. Na hakuna rais utakaompigia kura wewe, umpende sana, umshabikie, kisha akiingia mamlakani mara moja kwambie basi mimi natumia hela zangu za mfukoni, ulinipigia kura kwa kukimwewe. La hasha. Wewe utamshabikia, akiingia pale ashakuwa na mkwaruzo kwako. Atakwambia nipe hela hii na hii na hii, na ukinunua mkate nishachukua pesa, mafuta hata nishachukua pesa na kila kitu. Kwa hivyo uhusiano ni kwamba tutapigia wa viongozi kura waingie, kisha waturudie sisi. Mkwaruzano ni kwamba hela ambazo tuko nazo kwa sasa tunavyoongea, bajeti haijaanza kutumika, ni hela za kibinafsi, pesa zangu, pesa zako. Baada ya hapo tukaziweka pamoja kwa jopo la kitita cha pesa, ikawa ni pesa za umma. Kwa hiyo pesa za umma ni zile pesa za kibinafsi zikapeanwa kwa serikali, zikageuka kuwa pesa za umma, yani pesa za mseto. Kisha baadaye zikatumika katika ile makadirio na mipangilio ya serikali. Aidha kuna dawa ya mtu ameumwa na nyoka, kisha tushanunua. Kuna malaria, kuna hizi neti za juzi tuchasikia na mambo mengi. Ikawa kwamba ni pesa zetu. Hakuna serikali inaingia mamlakani na pesa zake. Ni sisi tuweze kuikimu. Je, hilo ni mzigo ambao tunapewa, tunaweza. Ndio sababu katika demokrasia tunazo taasisi. Taasisi ya kwanza ni taasisi ya executive ambao ni ule rais. Kitengo hicho ndio kina mawaziri wake. Wanakaa na kukadiria, tunataka kununua magari ya wanajeshi, tunataka kununua ndege, tunataka kuweka miundo msingi ya kupanda mahindi kwa sababu kuna shida ya mahindi na mambo mengi. Wale wana makadirio ya kuchukua pesa kutoka kwako. Lakini katikati yake kuna jopo moja, taasisi moja inaitwa bunge. Wale tumeweka pale ambao wanaridhia, wanasema wewe umesema unataka kuendesha serikali kwa mfumo huu na pesa hizi. Mwananchi naye ambaye tunamsimamia, representation, sisi tukawa tunamwakilisha mwananchi kwa sababu wale wabunge ni wawakilishi, wana kilio hiki. Ukitaka kwamba 3%, 3% iwe ya nyumba, hilo halitawezekana. Tutapunguza iwe 1% ama 1.5%, 1.5. Sasa ikawa kwamba kuna yule ambaye anawakilisha akawa ni mbunge, ndio mtunzi wa sheria. Sheria hiyo ndio itaweza kutumika na yule ambaye ana uongozi katika kitengo cha rais. Ikiwa kuna mtafaruku hapo, kitengo ambacho kitaruhusiwa kusuluhisha ni kitengo cha mahakama. Hivyo ndivyo ambao demokrasia yetu iko. Kwa hivyo tutegemea kwamba kuna wawakilishi ambao tumewaweka kule, wabunge. Hayo ndo maridhio ambayo ni ya usawa, the ideal situation. Kuna tashwishi kwamba wabunge wanaegemea sana upande wa serikali. Hapo ndio kwa kidogo kuna ile sintofahamu ambayo tunaipata. Lakini ukweli ambao ni kwamba mbunge sauti yake ni mtumwa, ametumwa na mwananchi kuweza kumwakilisha, hususan katika kitengo cha uchumi ambapo ni pesa ngapi za ubinafsi wa mwananchi mwenyewe zitachukuliwa na serikali ili serikali iweze kuendesha mambo ya bajeti na mipangilio.
Shikilia hapo bwana George Kithi. Bwana Lulu, kabla tuende kwenye mapumziko, mwelekezo wetu na tuambie tutakwenda kwenye mapumziko kwa muda msoko mrefu. Bwana Kithi amezungumzia swala muhimu kwamba si kwamba eti ulimshabikia mtu wakati wa campaign kama rais ameingia basi atumie pesa zake, la atakuitisha wewe. Narudi kwako. Bwana, serikali ya Daktari William Ruto bajeti yake ama makadirio yake ya bajeti kama alivyosema ni kubwa sana. Kuna wale ambao wanasema labda wakati wa campaign alitumia pesa nyingi, anataka kuziregesha.
Ni jambo la kufurahisha kuwa na mawazo kama hayo, lakini ukweli ni kwamba licha ya kuwa awe alitumia pesa nyingi au kidogo, kama alivyosema George, ni kwamba wakati unampatia kiongozi mamlaka kwamba sasa wewe ndio dereva wa ile gari, inamaanisha wakati oil itarudi chini, yeye ndio atakupatia taarifa kwamba hili gari jinsi ambavyo linaenda ni kama oil yake ama brake fluid yake haifanyi kazi vizuri. Mimi nikikuajiri kwa biashara yangu kama mkurugenzi mkuu, unatarajia nikupatie rasilimali ambazo zitakuwezesha kutimiza majukumu ambayo unayo kama mkurugenzi mkuu. Kwa hivyo rais wa Kenya ambaye ni Daktari William Ruto ana haki ya kufanya makadirio kama jinsi alivyo na maono, kwa sababu yeye alipeleka sera zake kwa wananchi na kuambia, mkinipa nafasi nitahakikisha kwamba uchumi wa nchi unafanya nini, unakuwa. So jambo la kwanza lazima tukubali ni kwamba iwapo tulimchagua ili aweze kupandisha uchumi wa nchi, ama tuweke kiwango kingine kiuchumi, then tutampatia hizo rasilimali, na hizo rasilimali zinatoka kwa ushuru. Hizo rasilimali zinatoka kwa sisi wananchi ambao lazima tutatoa kwa njia moja au nyingine. Nilikuwa naambia rafiki yangu mwingine, hii ni upende usipende, utatoa tu, kwa sababu hata ukisema ni wale wanafanya kazi peke yake, wewe ambaye haufanyi kazi na siku moja uchukue shilingi 100 uende dukani kununua mkate, unalipa ushuru. So kwa njia moja au nyingine tunalipa ushuru. Kile mimi ningependa kuhimiza wa Kenya na labda viongozi wetu ni kuhakikisha kwamba wakati ambapo tunatoa ushuru, wazibe mianya, the loopholes za corruption, kwa sababu shida kubwa ambayo tunapata kama nchi. Nilishangaa juzi nikisoma article ikisema kwamba tunapoteza last year alone, the last financial year, tumepoteza around 600 billion kwa wale watu ambao wameevade kulipa tax. So iwapo tuna more than 600 billion ambazo watu wanakosa kulipa ushuru, na ukiangalia gap ya deficit ya budget yetu inaenda kiwango hicho pia, tuna deficit ya around 600 billion to karibia trilioni 1 ambayo inafaa kuombwa ili kutimiza malengo ya budget hii. So if every Kenyan can pay their tax, then unaona tuko in a very safe environment. Kwa hivyo sio kwamba rais alitumia pesa nyingi kwa campaign, ni kwa sababu ana maono makubwa kwa nchi ya Kenya, na sababu tulimpatia mamlaka, hatuna otherwise. Hii ni lazima tumpatie.
Kwa hiyo lazima kiturambe.
Lazima kiturambe. Hakuna venye utaenda. Nilikuwa nakwambia pale awali, wewe ukiamua kwenda kanisani, mimi sasa ni pastor, umekuja kanisani kwangu.
Ndiyo.
Kuna mambo mawili au matatu utafanya. Jambo la kwanza, kama kanisani kwetu tunatoa viatu, itabidi utoe viatu. Hautakuja useme mimi ni msafi sana sitatoa viatu. Ukiingia kwa hii dini utatoa viatu. Sasa watu wakitoa sadaka, wewe pia itabidi utoe sadaka. So tuko Kenya na tuhame atuende nchi nyingine. Nchi hii inasema tutatoa ushuru, na kutoa ushuru ni haki ya kila mmoja wetu, na viongozi ambao tumepatia majukumu kama rais, yeye ana haki ya kuhakikisha kwamba ushuru tunaotoa umelindwa vizuri na unatimiza malengo yake. Kuturamba kitaturamba tu.
Mtazamaji, hapa ni uchumi na upande huu ni sheria. Pumziko fupi, nitakaporudi tutasonga mbele. Kumbuka unaendelea kusikiliza KBC Radio Taifa, sauti ya Mkenya. Kipindi hewani ni Zinga. Upande wa pili niko naye mwenzangu Dora Manya, na vile tunatizama kipindi hiki kupitia runinga ya KBC Channel 1. Ndani ya studio ninaye mwana uchumi na mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa Bwana David Alulu, na vile niko naye wakili na mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa Bwana George Kithi. Pumziko fupi, tutakaporudi tunaendelea kukuramba mtazamaji.
우리가 관리합니다.
그럼 뜻대로들 하십시오. 추후에 일어난 일들은 책임지지 않겠습니다.
뭐야, 또 니들이야? 오빠들이다.
Bandidas, las
takes so I can be with you. I want to be with you.
Malena, what a surprise. You're here at this time? With a suitcase?
I left. I abandoned Oligari.
I think we shouldn't let it go to
Don't
waste,
touch
huh?
me.
Hey, calm down, relax.
Just try to touch me, even with a single finger, and you will see just how serious I was.
Don't be a coward, Gaspar. Just tell me who did this to you.
I cannot denounce anybody, no one. It's not that you don't like the veterinarian. The fact is that you don't like him to be with that woman. You like that lawyer.
Las bandidas.
Barabara kabisa mtazamaji, karibu tena kwenye sehemu yetu ya pili ya kipindi Zinga na Good Morning Kenya kupitia runinga unayoipenda ya KBC Channel 1 na vile vile pia Radio Taifa Sauti ya Kenya. Hii leo mtazamaji tunazungumzia kuhusiana na makadirio ya bajeti ambao natazamiwa kusomwa siku ya Alhamisi, na vile vile pia tunazungumzia kuhusiana na mswada wa kifedha wa mwaka 2023 ambao umezua tanda belua na sokomoko. Studioni ni naye mwanauchumi na vile vile pia mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa Bwana David Alulu, na vile vile pia niko naye wakili na vile vile pia mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa Bwana George Kithi. Turudi kwako Bwana George Kithi, tukizungumzia kuhusiana na hili swala. Kuna mapendekezo kadhaa katika mswada wa kifedha wa mwaka 2023 ambao umezua hisia mbalimbali. Mapendekezo mengi haswa ni kuongeza ushuru kwa Wakenya. Labda mmoja anajiuliza, nchi hii itaendelea kwa kuongeza ushuru kwa walipaji ushuru? Hiyo ndio tutapiga hatua.
Ni swala ambalo huwa linaibua hisia tofauti, hususan katika kitengo cha wasomi wa mambo ya uchumi, kwa sababu kuna fikra moja kwamba uachie wananchi pesa nyingi zibaki na wao, ili mradi kwamba waweze kuzitumia katika kujiendeleza, ushuru uweze kuongezeka. Wakiwa wengi na pesa ni nyingi, hususan katika kitengo cha kati cha uchumi wa wananchi, tukaita middle class. Ukiongeza jopo hilo katika mazingira ya wananchi, unapata fedha zaidi kupitia kwa kodi ambazo ama ushuru ambao utakao unawatoza. Lakini hapo ikawa lazima uwe na uvumilivu kwa muda, ili mradi kwamba watu wawe na pesa, ujinyime kuchukua pesa kutoka kwao, kisha wasubirie waweze kutumia pesa hizo katika kuziongeza kibiashara na katika mazingira ya uchumi, ili mradi kwamba sasa uweze kuchukua nyingi kutoka kwao. Jingine ni kama kuna dharura ya mazingira, ni kwamba lazima ukimu inchi kivyovyote vile, mishahara ya wanajeshi ulipe, ya polisi, ya madaktari, ya walimu, kila kitu lazima ukifanye. Ikiwa kwa mazingira hayo na kushurutisha kwamba lazima uchukue pesa kwa wakati huo na upange kwa mpango wa muda, kuweza kuwapa watu baadaye muda ama fueni tofauti hususan ya kisekta, ili mradi kwamba waweze pia kutumia afueni hiyo kuleta pesa zaidi. Ikawa kwamba hilo ni wazo pia, inategemea mazingira vile yalivyo. Mazingira ambayo tuko nao sasa ni yapi? Kwanza tukubaliana kwamba mazingira ya kibiashara ya kidunia si nzuri, kwa sababu kuna sehemu za vita za Russia na Ukraine, ambapo kule ndo hapo hali umekuwa na hapo awali kidogo tumekuwa na janga na mengine kama hali ya mazingira na ukame, mifugo ikafa na hatukuwa na kilimo kizuri. Tumeona kwamba kunaendelea kuwa na mabadiliko, na hilo ni jambo la kawaida kisheria, tukasema act of God, ambao ni matendo la Mungu. Je, mazingira hayo unayakimu kivipi? Moja hapo ni kufikiria nitavumilia watu wabaki na pesa zao, niwape mazingira ya utendakazi, ili mradi kwamba tuweze niweze kuchukua pesa baada ya muda. Lakini kama kuna dhati na dharura, vile tunavyoona katika mazingira, lazima uchukue pesa hizo kutoka kwa wananchi, ili mradi kwamba uweze kuwapa afueni step by step, ambapo ni hatua kwa hatua. Tufanyeje? Ndio sababu inategemea ina fikra yule mwenye kupanga uchumi kwa mwaka mmoja na mwaka mwingine na mwaka mwingine. Na tukumba uongozi uliopita ulikuwa na shime sana na urahisi wa kupata pesa kutoka nje. Wakakopa. Baadaye mwenye kuzilipa si yule aliyekopa. Yeye ni semi tu na kutia sahihi. Pesa zikija tazitumia, lakini mwenye kulipa ni sisi na watoto wetu, wajukuu na vitukuu. So mwisho wa siku ni kwamba hata kama tutakimu uchumi huu kwa ile fidia, ile gap, the budget deficit ambao iko, tuifidie kupitia kwa twende China, twende Amerika, IMF, World Bank, hizo zote watatupa pesa. Kwa hivyo kwa ule muda mchache tutakuwa tunaishi maisha mazuri, lakini baada ya hapo ni kwamba tutakuwa na jukumu la kulipa, kwa sababu sasa tuna jukumu ya kulipa China kwa sababu ya China kwa mabarabara waliotujengea, China kwa vyovyote tulivyofanya. Kwa hivyo mtu wa kukopa wakati wote huwa ni mtumwa wa mwenye kumkopesha. Kwa hivyo sisi kwa sasa tunaishi hali ya utumwa mpaka siku tutakapolipa pesa za watu. Kulipa lazima, sisi ni watumwa. Lazima. Kuna utumwa wa uchumi, kwa sababu ukikopa pesa lazima uzilipe. Kwa hivyo ukifanya kazi leo hapa KBC, jioni ukilipa mshahara kuna pesa zatolewa. Kweli. Hizo pesa zitachangana na za wengine na wengine zarudishwa China, zenda zalipa deni. Kisha kesho kutwa namna ukilipa mkate, ukinunua mkate, unga, pale ndani kuna ushuru. Unachukuliwa kwa pamoja, zinalipa Mwingereza, zinalipa Mjerumani, zinalipa Mfaransa, kule ambako tulitoa pesa. Yamkini lazima tukubali ya kwamba tupunguze, tukilipa madeni pia tupunguze kule kukopa, kwa sababu tukiendelea na hilo itakuwa ni mzunguko wa shida ile ambao dhati yake mwishowe ni kwamba tunazidi kuingia katika shina la umaskini.
Shikilia hapo Bwana Alulu, umemsikia wakili? Sijui na lipi la kusema. Wewe ni mwanauchumi, hebu tuelewe vizuri kwamba je, taifa linaweza kuendelea kwa kumnyafua mtu wa chini?
Siku zote mtumwa wa tajiri ni ule mtu wa kukopa. Maskini hata sio mtumwa, lakini wewe ambaye unajituma kwa ajili ya kwenda kukopa. Nadhani sisi kama alivyosema wakili, tumebaki kuwa watumwa, na iwapo tutakuwa na tatizo la kulipa ushuru, tutaendelea kuwa watumwa. Ukiwa unaendesha gari la mkopo, right, hata kama ni gari nzuri sana na hujamaliza kulilipa, uko chances 50-50, ile gari sio lako, ukiweza kosa kulipa at any given time, auctioneers watakupata ukiwa highway, wachukue gari uende nyumbani miguu. Alafu utakuwa na aibu. So jambo ambane la busara kufanya ni wakati ambapo sisi kama Wakenya itabidi kila mmoja ajiite kama mkutano, ajiambie nataka kukomboa taifa langu kutoka kwa utumwa ambao sisi hatutaishi kwenda kukopa, hatutaishi kuwa tunaaibishwa kwa sababu ya madeni. Yani wewe Rashid, wakati ambapo unapata mshahara na unaenda bank kuchukua, una exhaust payslip yako kwa loan, inamaanisha you have no room for growth if you exhaust pesa zako kwa overcommit kwa loan. Kwa hivyo tutalipa hii ushuru na tutaifanya kwa upendo. Wengine watahisi ni kujukumika, lakini hatufai kuiogopa. Mkenya asiogope kulipa ushuru kwa sababu ya vitu vitatu. Jambo la kwanza, ili taifa letu liweze kukuwa na nafasi yake. I've been observing Kenya inachukua a leading role in the region. Number one, kama nchi ambayo inaendelea kiuchumi hata kidemokrasia, sababu Kenya ni taifa ambalo wakati ambapo rais amezungumza ama finance bill imeanza kuzungumziwa housing levy for example, tumesikia makelele yakiwepo hadi mwisho recommendation imetolewa kwamba toeni kwa 3% ikuje kwa 1.5. Inamaanisha tunakomaa kidemokrasia. Tungekuwa nchi ya kidikteta wangesema tulisema ni 3%, upende usipende utatoa. But sababu kumekuwa na ile room ya kunegotiate na kuzungumza, tumefikia pale. Actually mapendekezo inaendelea kwamba hata muajiriwa asitoe, muajiri ndio atoe. So room for democracy. If we want to maintain that, lazima nasi tukubali kwamba hii jambo la housing levy for example, sio jambo ambalo Rais Ruto ameamuka asubuhi na akaanza. Ni jambo ambalo limekuwepo kuanzia kwa serikali iliyopita, ambapo rais mstaafu alizungumzia kiundani. Aliyekuwa waziri mkuu alikuwa amelipropose wakati wa campaign kwamba akipata urais ata promote housing levy at 1.5. So hao viongozi wote, unajua changamoto tu ya kisiasa ni kwamba mimi nikiwa niko upinzani, kazi yangu ni kupinga serikali, hata kama kila wanasema ni kizuri lazima nipate jinsi ya kupinga. Lakini nadhani it's about time we have a consensus. Tukubali kwamba we must move forward, and moving forward inamaanisha tujicommit sisi watu walipa ushuru tulipe, na wale watoza ushuru pia wao wakuwe na hekima na discipline ya kuweza kuchunga rasilimali za wananchi. Wiki hii imepita tumekuwa na gumzo wakati ambapo watu wanaenda hospitali wanaambiwa kama uko na NHIF hauwezi ukatibiwa. So maswali ambao sisi nafaa tuulize serikali kwa ukali ni kwamba hizi pesa tunapozitoa zinaenda wapi? Kwa nini nitoe pesa za NHIF alafu nikienda hospitalini niambiwe kwamba hakuna pesa? Hayo ndio maswali nafaa tuulize, and we keep them checked. Na tuta keep them checked by being vocal, being real and honest. Don't just criticize kwa sababu inafaa criticize. Ask genuine questions. Kama wabunge wametusahau kama wananchi wameamua kufanya to go in bed with the government, with the executive. Sasa kila ambacho executive inasema ndio watakubali. Then inamaanisha wale watu ambao wana uwezo wa kuzungumza wajitose uwanjani, wazungumze ukweli, so that ijulikane kwamba makosa yakifanyika ni makosa. Lakini kutoza ushuru, narudia, sio makosa. Kutoza ushuru ni haki ya kila taifa. Taifa ambalo lazima watu watoe ushuru, na lazima tufanye hivyo ili tuweze tukajitegemea. Jambo ambalo pia ni la muhimu sana watu kuweza kuelewa. Tusipotoa ushuru, tumekuwa na gumzo la capitation ya shule. Shule nyingi hazijapata pesa ama wanapata pesa kidogo. Unajua serikali inakuwa na shida jinsi ambavyo itafanya capitation, na hata hizo pesa hazipo. So lazima tukubali kwamba ushuru utatolewa ndio shule zipate pesa. Ushuru utatolewa ndio hospitali zipate pesa. Ushuru utatolewa ili mambo mengi ambayo yamekuwa yakitatiza taifa, kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba serikali imekuwa na changamoto tangu iliingia kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa pesa. At some point tulisikia wafanyikazi wa serikali wamekosa mshahara for 2 months.
Lakini bwana Lulu, serikali itadai vipi kwamba haina pesa wakati hao wamejibunia nafasi chungu nzima? Hizi nafasi hao watu hawalipi makaratasi.
Hizi nafasi ambazo zipo, unajua kwa kila sekta Rashid, lazima kuwe na mtu ambaye anashikilia. Wewe uko hapa, sisi ni wageni wako. Imagine kama tungelikuwa hapa na haupo, hatungeongea, hatungeweza kujadili mambo ambayo tunajadili. Sasa ni wewe ambao umepewa nafasi hii, uitumie vizuri kufanya kile ambacho unafaa kufanya. Yani itakuwa ni makosa wewe ukiwa hapa kama nahodha wa kipindi, alafu uruko sema hapana, mimi sitaki kuwa hapa, nataka kuwa cameraman. Niwaache pale. Lakini kila mtu ana sehemu yake. So nafasi hizi mimi nafikiria hivi, ni vizuri pia tukubali kwamba ili kazi iweze kufanyika watu wawepo wa kufanya kazi, lakini isiwe exaggerated. To some extent inakuwa exaggerated, labda kwa sababu rais anataka kuwaridhisha wale watu waliomsaidia kutafuta kura, wale watu walifanya campaign naye, ambayo inakuwa exaggerated. So watu wapewe kazi, lakini isiwe exaggerated. Kwa sababu ikiwa exaggerated utajikuta kwamba sasa tuna watu wamepewa kazi lakini hawajui kazi yao ni nini. Ambapo CAS atenda ofisi, apige selfie, aweke kwa mtandao, asema leo nimeingia ofisi na imemalizika.
Shikilia hapo na nikumbusha mbali kwamba wizara ina makatibu watatu, ina CAS, kuna mafinance, moziju nini. Turudi kwako bwana Kithi, tukizungumzia kuhusiana na kamati ya bunge ya fedha ambayo ilikuwa kule Naivasha kwa muda wa siku 5 na wakaweza kufanya mabadiliko kadhaa kwenye mswada, na miongoni mwa mabadiliko ambao wamefanya ni pamoja na alilozungumzia kupunguza ule ushuru wa nyumba kutoka 3% hadi 1%, na vile vile pia ule uhuru dhidi ya watengenezaji wa video za mitandaoni kutoka 15% hadi 5%, na vile vile pia ushuru wa mafuta utasalia kutoka 8% hadi 16%. Je, uoni wametuenjoy tu kidogo kutufunika, lakini ndani ya mswada kuna vitu ambavyo vitaturamba?
Kama tulivyokubaliana kwamba kuturamba ni lazima. Lakini la muhimu ni kwamba kuna sekta ambazo ukizigusa kiushuru, kuzitoza, ni kama kuwafinyilia kwa sababu ya hali ya mazingira ya kijamii. Kwa hivyo ndo ukapata kwamba sekta zingine pesa ama ushuru kiasilimia uko juu, kisha kwengine iko chini, na kwengine hata ushuru wenyewe hatuwatozi, tunatoa ili tukiwapa ule uhuru. Kuna hali ya uajiri wa kazi zikaa ni nyingi, na pia ikaleta pesa zaidi. Kwa mfano, nimeona kwamba kuna urahisi sasa wa kupeleka vitu nje kwa kuuza kibiashara, lakini ukileta kuna ushuru ambao unalipa. Kwa mfano, nikiwa kuna avocado, wewe ni mkulima wa avocado, wa mapesheni, wa maembe, unatuma nje, sasa ushuru ukarudishwa ama hulipi kabisa, ukatolewa. Tukituma bidhaa zetu nje nchi za nje, ni kwamba kuna dola huazaja, tunazihitaji sana. Kwa hivyo tunakupa nafasi ya kutuletea. Lakini kama wewe unaleta gari kutoka Japan, kutoka nchi ya nje, ni kwamba pesa zetu unazituma kule nje, tunakutoza ushuru, lipa, lakini utulipe sisi pia. Ushaona? Kwa hivyo kuna hali ya kisekta, kuangalia sekta gani tutaipa afueni na nyingine ikawa kwamba tunaishindilia kidogo. Wewe kama ni mvutaji wa sigara, ndio utolipa zaidi, lakini kama wewe unanunua unga, utapata kwamba kuna afueni tunakupa, kwa sababu kile ni kitu cha lazima, cha kila siku, ni lazima ukitumie. Sasa basi, nadhani la muhimu hapa ni si kwamba ni lazima tuweke kila kitu sawa, kwamba sekta zote ziwe zina ushuru wa sawa. Ni kwamba lazima tukadirie kijamii na vile how we organize sisi wenyewe, kijamii tunavyoishi. Ni wapi ambapo tukipafungulia, kwa mfano mkulima, tukitaka wakulima wapate wazai zaidi, alafu kisha kuwe na chakula, tutawapa tutaangalia labda mbolea ingie bure, ili kwamba cost of production, ile ugali wa kuzalisha uwe kidogo kuna afueni, mwishowe unga ukarudi chini. Kwa hivyo ni sekta za uchunguzi na kutumia akili ya kiuchumi ambapo inatumika. Lakini nataka kulisema hivi ya kwamba mwishowe ile target, lengo liweze kutimizwa. Kwa hivyo kama lengo ni trilioni 4, tutatoza hapa, tuache hapa, tutoze pale, kisha tuache pale, ile lengo litimie. Kwa hivyo makadirio hayo mwishowe ni kwamba bajeti ni lazima tuweze kuifidia. Mwisho wa siku mlipaji ni wewe. Mwisho wa siku mlipaji nani? Ni wewe. Kwa hivyo usiseme kwamba hapa tumedhulumika, hapa kidogo ni juu ni chini. Ni mipango. Lakini mwisho wa siku ni kwamba unashurutishwa kulipa ushuru. Kuturamba lazima kitaturamba.
Mtazamaji, labda kwa haraka upesi, naomba tumuvalie hizi vidude tuweze kusikiza simu moja kwa moja, na angalau tumshirikishe msikilizaji na yeye labda ana maswali mawili mbali na maswali ya Rashid. Dora, upande wa pili ambapo unanipata, naomba uchukue tu simu 3 za haraka upesi.
Shukran Rashid. Msikilizaji, moja kwa moja napokea simu 3 za haraka upesi, uwe mfupi wa maneno. Radio Taifa KBC.
Nora.
Yes.
Ujambo mwanangu?
Si jambo.
Wote wasalimie. Nauliza hivi mimi ushuru tunatozwa, maana kuna wale hawajaajiriwa kama mimi Mkenya, mraoe tunawezaje kulinganishwa? Mtu apata mshahara na ule apati mshahara, tulipe kodi sawa? Uoni ni kuumia pia? Hii jambo la nini?
Okay, asante. Mariam, napata swali lako la kwanza, natumai wageni wangu umeelewa. Radio Taifa KBC.
Mimi Omar Baba Saina kutoka Lezon na Kaunti.
Yes.
Wacha niulize maswali mawili chacha.
Yes.
Fakia hatua inaundwa kwa ajili ya nchi ama kwa ajili ya wanasiasa? Alafu swali la pili, kama vile opposition wanasema hii fakia ni mbaya, msipitishe. Kwa nini wanapinga tena na wangesaidia 2027 kama kweli ni mbaya?
Asante sana. Simu nyingine hapa Radio Taifa.
Ado Yombo mtoto wa Afrika.
Wasemaje kaka? Radio Taifa. Okay, nampoteza huyo, nitaongeza nyingine moja tu haraka upesi. Radio Taifa KBC.
Mtoto wa Afrika, ujambo?
Na kupata vizuri sana. Mwenyekiti wa Ibeba, unasema namna gani? Radio Taifa. Okay, hiyo pia matatiza ya mwisho. Rashid, tujaribu Radio Taifa.
Hello.
Yes.
Habari yako?
Mzuri sana. Yes. Okay, akatatizika ya bonus pale Radio Taifa. Okay, wacha nirudi.
Na mimi tukiri nataka kuuliza hawa.
Okay, akanyamaza. Changamoto sijui vipi kwako Rashid kwa sababu ya muda.
Haya, tatizo na wasikilizaji ni kwamba wanafungua redio zao alafu wanapiga huko, anasikiza redio, anaangalia TV, anataka kumuona Mkondo, inakuwa ngumu. Labda tunawapisha wageni wangu kuweza kujibu haya maswali, mko huru kujibu maswali ambayo yameulizwa.
Nadhani swali la kwanza huyu mama mboga ameuliza, acha namuita mama mboga,
anasema Miriam kutoka Mbeere.
Yes. Miriam anauliza sisi ambao hatujaajiriwa tunaambiwa tulipe ushuru, tutalipa namna gani? Ukweli ni kwamba uwe umeajiriwa ama haujaajiriwa, kuna jinsi ya wewe kulipa ushuru. Na njia moja kila mtu kulipa ushuru, unapoenda dukani kununua kitu unalipa ushuru. Nadhani kuna umuhimu wa Wakenya kufanywa civic education na kuelewa kwamba kulipa ushuru sio lazima tu ukue umeajiriwa, unafanya kazi kwa serikali ama umeajiriwa na shirika fulani ndio ulipe ushuru, ila kwa kila expenditure ambayo unafanya. Ukienda supermarket kununua mkate, ukiangalia kale ka receipt, kuna mahali ambapo unaambiwa ni bei ya mkate, ushuru ni huu ambao umelipa. So kila mtu analipa ushuru kwa njia hiyo. Namba 2, wakati ambapo watu wako kule sokoni, wale watu wanafanya kwa county government, utaona kwamba kuna tule tu ticket watu wanapeangwa, unalipa shilingi 50, unapewa hiyo ni ushuru unalipa. So hakuna atikilas fulani ya watu wanatoa ushuru. Kila Mkenya anatoa ushuru, tupende kutoa ushuru. Alafu haraka tu niguzie yule amesema opposition wakisema ni mbaya, kwa nini wanatulazimisha tupitishe? Wajua nimesema hapo pale mwanzo, changamoto ambayo tuko nayo kama nchi ni wakati ambapo opposition wanapinga for the sake of opposing. Lakini ukimuuliza nini hasa unapinga, hata kuambia kabisa mimi napinga kwa sababu ya hii. Anapinga kwa sababu nisiposema kinyume na hii, kiongozi wangu ama chama changu kitaona sifanye kazi. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba licha ya kuwa opposition ama wanasiasa watasema, ni vizuri pia wananchi wachukue nafasi ya kuinterrogate na kuelewa nini hasa ambacho kinazingatiwa ndio tufikie kitu kinaitwa finance bill. Kwa sababu finance bill inamaanisha ni makadirio ya pesa ambazo tutatumia kwa muda wa miezi 12 zijazo, na umeambiwa jinsi ambavyo tunatarajia kupata zile pesa. So tutapata kupitia kwa njia hii na njia hii na njia hii. So watu wasiogope kupitia finance bill na watu wasiogope kulipa ushuru.
Na Bwana Kithi, na mmoja akauliza bajeti ni ya wanasiasa ama ni ya
kwanza kabisa niseme hivyo kwamba principle ama sifa kubwa ya kutoza ushuru ni kwamba lazima iwe inamfikia kila mtu. It has to be universal. Kwa hivyo kama una kazi ama huna kazi lazima ulipe ushuru. Na hilo nitalifafanua kidogo kama mwenzangu alivyoeleza. Wewe ukiwa huna kazi, mwanzo wewe ndio unategemea sana wengine. Ukienda hospitali unatibiwa, mtoto wako asome. Kwa hivyo mbona upewe bure? Mbona viwe vya bure na wenzako wanalipa? Mwanzo kama huna kazi wewe ni gharama. Kwa hivyo ukipata kile ambacho uko nacho, kwa sababu lazima utaishi. Ukienda dukani tutakufikia kivipi? Sisi ambao tuko kazini tutakufikia kivipi ili tuwe sawa na wewe? Ukinunua unga hapo hapo tunakutoza. Ukinunua mafuta ya taa hapo hapo kwa mafuta ya taa. Upande gari hapo hapo kwa kupanda gari. Kila utakachofanya ukipiga kona tunawe. Sisi ambao, kwa hivyo usitegemee kwamba wale wako kazini peke yake basi hatuchachagua kufanya kazi, bora tushafanywa kila kitu. Kwa hivyo la muhimu katika ushuru ni kwamba it's universal, kila mtu afikiwe. Pili, karakta moja, it has to be fair. Wewe uko kazini utalipa kulingana na mapato yako, kwa sababu hungekuwa hapo mimi ningekuwa. Hiyo nafasi ushapewa katika jamii. Kwa hivyo kama una gari, gari hilo lina mahitaji, basi utakimu mahitaji hayo, lakini ndani yake utalipa ushuru. Mimi ambaye sina gari, sitatembea kwa barabara. Kwa hivyo ushuru wangu utakujengea barabara upite, mimi sina gari. Kwa hivyo wewe pia utalipa kulingana na mazingira yako ya kimaisha. Hiyo ndio ikasema inaleta usawa, ile fairness. Na la mwisho ni kwamba kila rais ni Zakayo, kila rais kila rais hata kuramba atachukua pesa zako.
Atakataa kushuka.
Hakuna Zakayo mmoja. Kila rais leo, kesho kutwa ni Zakayo.
Ndio.
Kwa hivyo atakutoza ushuru. Tukubaliana kwamba tukichagua rais tunachagua nani? Zakayo. Hilo nadhani nimelijibu. Asante.
Na mtazamaji, mjadala ni mtamu sana na wazungumzaji wangu leo ni mahiri sana, lakini naambiwa siku zote kizuri ni kila ambao muda wake ni mchache. Tukienda sana mwisho sote tutakuwa Zakayo. Mtazamaji, kufikia hapa hatuna budi kulikunja jamvi la kipindi hiki. Ni washukuru sana wageni wangu kwa kuweza kutenga muda wao na kuja ndani ya studio, angalau msikilizaji na mtazamaji ameweza kuelimika kwa njia moja ama nyingine. Asante sana ndugu yangu bwana David Alulu.
Shukrani.
Asante sana vile vile mwanasheria wakili George Kithi.
Asante, shukrani.
Kwa niaba ya wote ambao wamefanikisha kipindi hiki, mwenzangu Dora Manya, mafundi wa mitambo, upande wa redio, wa runinga, waelekezi, asanteni sana. Itifaki yote imezingatiwa. Jina langu naitwa Rashid Momkondo. Majaliwa yake Mwenyezi Mungu tukutane tena Jumanne wakati sawa na huu, kipindi sanjari na hiki. Wageni ndio sijui atakuwa Zakayo ama kwaheri.
Takes so I can be with you. I want to be with you.
Malena, what a surprise. You're here at this time? With a suitcase?
I left. I abandoned oligarchy.
I think we shouldn't let it go to
Don't
waste.
touch me.
Hey, calm down, relax.
Just try to touch me, even with a single finger, and you will see just how serious I was.
Don't be a coward, Gaspar. Just tell me who did this to you.
I cannot denounce anybody, no one.
It's not that you don't like the veterinarian. The fact is that you don't like him to be with that woman. You like that lawyer.
Las bandidas.
Welcome to East Africa. This is Safari Rally Kenya.
The WRC Safari Rally is set for June 22nd to June 25th in Naivasha. This year's event, the seventh leg of the WRC calendar, consisting of 19 stages, will see drivers, among them defending champion and series leader Khalid Vanpera, battle in what's considered as the toughest rally in the world. KBC Channel 1 will bring you the action to your living room, where a total of only 5 stages will be broadcast live on KBC Channel 1 and the Shakahola exclusive on our Facebook page. Catch the WRC Safari Rally on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
After the dust settled on rigorous campaigns, Kenyans are waiting for elected leaders to deliver on their pledges.
Have you used the hustler fund?
When your children sleep hungry, when you can borrow 500 or 1,000 shillings and they have some food on the table.
So the 500 you're giving me now is my purchasing power has literally been diminished comparing to probably even January or December.
But how have the leaders performed so far?
In terms of the amount of money that is being disbursed, the minimum being 500 shillings, how do you scorecard that?
No, that I'll give it a 2 out of 5.
2 out of 5.
1 out of 5.
I'll still give it 5 out of 5.
Every week, we bring you an honest assessment of the national and county governments.
What is the impact of the Hustlers Fund?
There are people who borrow praying they don't have to pay back. For example, they pray that the owner dies.
The Scorecard. Every Tuesday at 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1.
right, we continue with this morning show right here. This is still Good Morning Kenya. Thank you so much for sticking with us. This is KBC Channel 1. My name is Ram Aguko. It's a pleasure being with you today. And this morning, it's all about matters concerning your health. Let's talk about vitiligo. Today, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about this particular disease, I know for some, the terminology may be a handful, but this is a particular disease that causes a loss of skin color in blotches. Now, in terms of the statistics, all the data, vitiligo occurs in 1 to 2% of the population worldwide. 1 to 2% of the worldwide population has this particular occurrence, which is a loss of color in the skin, which is there by creating a variety of patterns on the skin from loss of this pigment. But now that is just my basic particular description so that you can have a picture of what exactly we are talking about. What causes vitiligo? How can it be prevented? What are the do's and the don'ts for persons who are affected by this particular skin condition? Because for some, it affects their self-esteem. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to help us in this particular conversation, I am joined by, to my far right, Jean-Pierre Femi. He is the CEO for Europe to Africa. And next to me, I am with Dr. Mercy Kariuki, dermatologist. Karibuni sana.
Asante.
You feeling good?
I'm feeling good.
Thank you so much for finding time to join me today. And even as talk, first of all, as we talk about this particular condition, let me start with you, Daktari. When you talk about vitiligo, what causes it? And what exactly are we looking into this particular morning?
Thank you very much, Ram. Vitiligo, I would say, is a chronic skin condition which has various factors coming to it. So it could either be a genetic factor. So there are some genetics to it. There is also the environmental factors. And there's also a big part is called the immune system factor.
So you said genetics?
Yes.
Environmental factors?
Yes.
And immune factors.
Yes.
So if I look at these particular three, is there one that is more likely to cause vitiligo?
Yes, it is. The genetic factor plays a huge role, a major role, but also the immune factor also plays the major role. Environmental is very minimal. However, it depends on what type of environmental factor that has affected. But the major part is the autoimmune, basically the immune system factor. But also, if you have you're more genetically predisposed to getting the disease, then of course it plays a huge role.
All right.
Yes.
And you will briefly tell me how it starts and the progress it takes.
Yes.
But let me come to you, Jean-Pierre.
Yes.
I would like to hear your story because you have something that is inside you that the people need to know. Tell me about your story, how it started to the point where we are having this conversation today.
Yes, thank you for having me, Ram. It started when I was 5 years old. I was, I believe it's a legend story. I was in my mother's bathtub, taking a shower, scrubbing myself, and she happened to walk in, and at that exact moment I was scrubbing my armpit, whereby I had noticed a ovular patch, which I didn't take note of. So my mother obviously saw it was not normal, and at the time I was insured by AAR. So we went to we went to South B AAR, and we were redirected to a dermatologist in Reinsurance Plaza named Dr. Njoroge, who has since passed, who at the time he prescribed for me some lightening creams which weren't going well with my treatment. So from there to where I am now having this conversation with you, I have done photolight therapy, I have done traditional herbs. I have sought supplements, GNLD, some new international companies. I have used a type of medicine called oxalarin. I have used an Indian medicine called Ayurvedic of some sort. And mostly I would take the medicine and be advised to be in the sun for some time. And also a good diet. That's how I've been managing. To the time that we are here now, I would say I'm not taking anything at the moment. I would say I've looked to manage the condition, and actually since I wasn't born with it, I'm actually quite hopeful I will get healed very soon.
All right.
Yes.
So, you've heard his story in a nutshell. So, from what you're saying, John Pierre, you were just taking normal bath.
Yes.
This particular day, and you notice a patch.
Yes.
On your armpit.
Yes.
So, how did it end up being to spread?
Yes.
Across your skin? Did it take long? Was it something that happened over a short period of time? Help me understand that area first.
I wouldn't say it happened over a short period of time.
Yes.
I would say there are times where the islands of pigments would take some time to form than some other times. And from the armpit went to some small patches around the top of my lip. And since I was using the lightening cream, then I proceeded to do some traditional medicine, then back to pharmaceutical medicine. I would say it took some years for it to be like this, but I believe mine is better managed as it's better managed as I know how to take care of myself in the sun.
All right.
Yes.
And Daktari, let me get it from you now. We've managed to get that. So for his case, it started as a small patch. Let me get it from you. How does vitiligo start? And after how long can it be detected to the point of diagnosis?
Okay, I would say in medicine there's no definite. I would say if you notice, the first thing is to notice the patch. As he said, he noticed the patch.
Actually, the mother noticed.
The mother noticed.
Precise.
Yes, all right. Yeah.
So once you notice the patch, is to seek medical care at that time. That's the first step, I would say. The spread depends on the type of vitiligo that you have. So if it is caused by, I would say, an environmental factor, that means when the environmental factor is removed, it goes away. Then if there is an immune system, if the problem is with the immune system, if that immune system problem is corrected, then also that one goes away.
Okay.
You see, if it's the genetic component, I think it's really hard. It's actually impossible for us to change our genes. So that's where it comes out.
So it means for it to be treated, of course, we will come to that level. You must investigate what caused it.
Exactly. That's the main part.
Okay. Yes. Was there any such kind of investigation that was done?
Yes, there was a deduction that led to we believing that it's genetic, yes, but we really don't know which side it came from. as there's never been any relative in my history with photographs that we saw with vitiligo.
There hasn't been anyone
Yes.
that you know of,
Yes.
relative?
Yes.
So it's difficult for you to establish.
Yes, because it's not necessarily in a first degree relative. It could be even in a third degree relative. And then you see there are vitiligo in hidden places. For example, he said he started on the armpit.
Yes.
So if someone does not look at their armpits or on their other parts, like let's say the private parts, if you don't notice it, then it will go undetected for a very long time. And I think back then we were not really concentrated, or our ancestors, let me say that, were not really concentrating on their looks. Right now we really focus on our looks. So no one used to investigate their looks. So maybe there was a relative who had, but went undetected.
All right.
Yes.
Now, let's put it out there first. First things first. Is it because someone may argue that it hasn't been there throughout the whole of their family history? And I know you will let me know whether it affected your self-esteem. Did it affect your self-esteem? Is it something that one should be concerned and say, you know what, this one might have a severe effects on the body?
I would say the severe effect on the body is if there is a problem elsewhere inside the body. As I've said, the immune system. One of the main parts of the immune system that is affected, the major part, is the thyroid gland.
Okay.
So the thyroid gland, for the layman, is the one that causes the goiter. So it's a gland on the neck. So if that one is affected, that is the major part that we could say causes severe disease. But there are other autoimmune or immune system diseases that also cause the disease. That would cause it to be more severe or have more severe effects. But the main effect, I think, on the person with vitiligo is the psychological or the self-esteem. So, for example, if you're not comfortable, if it is on the face or if it is on parts of the body, for women, I think on the face or noticeable parts, on the hands, on the lower limbs or the legs, if it is on those places, then that would affect your self-esteem, your self-confidence, and how you, I think, connect with people. Yes.
Let me know, did it affect you, and how has that changed over the years?
I think the effects were, how it affected me was different from time to time.
In terms of your self-esteem?
Beyond that, even in terms of what age I was in my life. Because, of course, how it's affecting me right now is not how it affected me in Standard 5.
Okay.
So, and the challenges I face right now at this age are not the challenges I was facing then. So, in terms of self-esteem, I wouldn't say really it affected me. Because bottom line, we are souls, we are not bodies. But of course, it can take a toll on someone. Just to give you a funny story, there was one time I was in the village visiting. So, you know, like in the village, in most places you can get water for free. So I'd gone with a jerry can in the morning. I'd been sent by my grandmother. Then, having collected the water and leaving, I met two village ladies. They were coming with their jerry cans. So since they had never seen someone like me, it was in the bush. Can you imagine, one dropped the whole jerry can and ran away? So, yeah, so anyway, I believe someone living with vitiligo can be affected by how people react to it. But at the end of the day, you'll just have to be comfortable with yourself. And you'll want to live more in the now. What matters is you're doing great, better than other people, and that's what matters.
I love the fact that he's highlighting such kind of scenarios, because these are things that happen in real life. Somebody runs. They ran.
Yeah.
And you would wonder, what is it that makes them run? Is it fear? What makes them run? Is it seeing something that they're not used to seeing? For you, it never affected your mood or your self-esteem whatsoever. And I'm glad that you're saying your self-esteem was still intact.
Yes.
Yeah? Have you seen scenarios where people have actually secluded themselves?
Very many. Very many. I would say the one that mostly affects, okay, for females, yes, especially if it's on the face, because that's where
their beauty,
their beauty is. I would say so. However, but I think I've had a number of male patients who come with vitiligo on their lips, just like the way Pierre is, and they're purported to have HIV, or they're purported to have a chronic alcoholism type of disease, just because their lips have changed color.
Is it the community that gives them that kind of branding?
That's what the community thinks that's what is associated with it. I think when HIV came out, there was a lot of problems with the lips, change of color of the lips, and also other diseases associated with STIs, with the change of the color of the lips. Also, if you're a chronic alcoholic, there is the change of the color of the lips. So most of the male patients who have that vitiligo on the lips, they are associated to either have HIV or are chronic alcoholics. For females who have vitiligo on their private parts, they see it as a sexually transmitted disease. And one of the main questions they come and ask you is, can I give it to my husband, or can I give it to my partner? Or if they're pregnant, can I give it to my child? You see, those are the things that affect. Some of them are even not able to be sexually active because they are not comfortable with someone seeing their private parts as a different color. You see, now those are the things. So for self-esteem, yes, it does affect. I've seen a number of people, especially the younger people, there is a lot of makeup that hides the pigment. There is a lot of it. So that's another thing. If I may say, for example, like Michael Jackson, if you knew, Michael Jackson actually had vitiligo. It wasn't something else. He actually had vitiligo. If I would say, he would probably maybe have looked like Pierre. But what he did, he went and, as he said, bleached himself so that you wouldn't notice the vitiligo.
Wow.
So you see, it affects people differently. I think also maybe Pierre had a lot of family support such that he knew, you build that confidence. The way you raise a child, the way you nurture them. Yes, it also helps to build that confidence, and you don't have the self-esteem issues.
So when some discover that they have vitiligo, they can go to extremes to ensure that it's covered up.
Yes.
Makeup, surgery. You mentioned them. For Jean-Pierre, you mentioned that you applied so many products.
Yes, I did.
Did any of these products affect you in any way? Because there's also the skincare routine that needs to be maintained. You will let me know about that. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Right? Didn't any of these products in turn bring other problems or affect you in any way?
Well, I would say when I was using the auxiliary, its dose is not recommended for children. It should be less. So there was a monetization of how I should use it. But now when I became an adult in university, and the auxiliary, instead of application, it was being sprayed in a light therapy cubicle. I saw more improvement, but that's the only time I slowed down on medication.
All right.
Also for some tablets.
Okay. And let's highlight that particular area here. There are many, because of that stigma, correct? They end up doing things that can in turn harm them. From your end, as a dermatologist, what are those things that somebody who has vitiligo should not two?
One, I think it's avoid the sun. However, avoid sunburns. Because now you do not have any melanin. Melanin basically is what protects you from the sun, from the effects of the UV radiation. So as much as possible, they should avoid the sun. However, not exactly hide in the house, but I would say avoid being sunburnt.
Okay, but for his case, he was told to take time in the sun.
Yes,
yes,
but not too much.
I think what the medicine he was using, the way it works is once you apply it, you need to be exposed to the sun so that it can stimulate the cells to regenerate. So you need to be exposed to the sun for a short while. That's the difference. But I wouldn't say there are things to avoid or not avoid except sun exposure. Even chemicals, depending on what your cause of vitiligo is. If there's the chemical factor, like chemicals, burns or something of the sort, then you need to avoid that. But for avoidance of other things, there's nothing in vitiligo that you... But well, I think... As he said,
I think I can add on. I would say for adults living with vitiligo, there's a Kenya Medical Training College student who ever advised me that you shouldn't drink like you shouldn't drink colored spirits like whiskeys. If you are someone who drinks, you should drink clear spirits or beers. Yeah, it will improve your pigmentation.
So you should drink. Is that something that is medically proven?
I wouldn't say that I've seen evidence to that, but I think it's something that needs to be researched on.
So you drink what exactly?
Saying, yeah, you could drink wine, you could drink beer.
So you're encouraged to drink more wine?
Yeah, you could drink wine or beer, but less of whiskey and rum, the colored drinks. Whiskey, rum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so the types of alcoholic drinks that you should avoid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and in my own case study, having been told that by that student and taking heed of it, I noticed like there is a better improvement. Or even if you want, you can avoid alcohol completely. Yeah.
Now, because when your lips are affected, it's exposed. Is that true?
I don't understand the question.
When your lips are affected by vitiligo, remember the pigmentation is different. You are lighter on the lips.
Yes.
Does it mean that if I drink something that is as hot, for lack of a better term, as an alcoholic drink, it can burn me?
No.
I'm trying to understand the concept behind that. What is the reason behind that?
I think it's some of the preservatives that are in certain types of colored drinks.
Okay.
That may expose you to now loss of more melanocytes or melanin cells that would cause that, but not necessarily burn the skin. The skin is the same. That's what I want us to get correctly. The skin is the same. So all it does, it just has less pigment.
So it's the same on the light and the dark patch. The difference is pigmentation.
Yes.
Melanin.
The melanin cells.
Pigmentation.
Yes.
I want us to take a short break and then we'll be back because this conversation is quite interesting. We need to understand, after this break we'll be highlighting, is there any cure for it? What about the belief systems that are there in line with this particular condition? Let's talk about this after this break. We'll be back in a bit.
siri kubwa namna hii.
Sasa tufanyaje? Nalishakuwa
hamutaniharibia. Not in one night. I will not let you.
Mimi toka urudi hata sijui kwa nini umekasirika. Hutaki kuniongelesha, unakaa hauna furaha.
Whatever it is, haikuhusu.
Pili. Kwanza mimi nataka uachane na haya mambo ya kunipigia simu.
우리가 관리합니다.
그럼 뜻대로들 하십시오. 추후에 일어난 일들은 책임지지 않겠습니다.
뭐야? 또 니들이야? 오빠들이다.
All right, we are back. This is still the conversation about matters concerning your health. Vitiligo is the talk in this particular morning session. I'm with Jean-Pierre and Mercy Karaoke here discussing matters concerning vitiligo. And I will be sampling your feedback in a few. Keep talking to us. The hashtag is Good Morning Kenya at Ram Maguko and at KBC Channel 1. I'm seeing there's a question here about what you asked, what you mentioned. I will be tackling that in a bit. But Mercy, are there different types of vitiligo? And if yes, what are they?
Yes, there are. So there's something called segmental vitiligo. Segmental basically means it's on basically half of the body. So for example, it could be just on the eye or just on the neck, one side of the body. It doesn't cross the midline. That's one type. The other type is non-segmental vitiligo. Now that crosses the midline. So it could be anywhere on the body. For example, like the one Jean-Pierre has. There's also the one that's unclassified. That means it's not exactly segmental, but it's also not exactly unsegmental. So it can be one patch here and one patch here. It's also classified according to the location, I would say. So if you're on it's called acral vitiligo, so on the sites, depending on the sites. So if it is on the face, on the fingertips, or on the toes, that's acral vitiligo. Also on the ears. Also depending on the location. So also on the genitalia, that's also a different type of vitiligo. Those are the types of vitiligo now.
Okay. And you've managed to see those different types of vitiligo even among your workmates.
Yes.
You've seen them.
Yes.
And how has that even affected your interaction and your perception about vitiligo? Has it given you a different perspective?
Well, may just judge people as individuals. So, of course, when I'm working with someone with vitiligo, it's just normal. It feels normal. It feels normal the way anyone else would have a co-workmate.
But now in terms of knowledge acquired, now you get to see that there are different that exist.
Yes. Yes.
There is that difference.
Yes, there's that difference.
All right. And that's what I wanted to get. Let me read a comment here from Julie. So Julie is saying, Jean-Pierre is telling us to drink more alcohol. Is that what he's saying? Clarify. You should clarify on that particular area, Jean-Pierre, for those who do not understand that particular area. Yes. So, for the sake of this comment.
Yes. For the sake of Julie.
Yes.
Yes. I would say, like, if you drink wine, of course, it's healthy, and if you don't drink the colored drinks, it's also healthy as well. Yes.
Okay. And Daktari, your thoughts about the same? Are we saying take more wine?
I don't think that's what John Pierre is saying.
Yes.
I think what he's saying is, if you are a person who takes alcohol, if you have vitiligo, it would be more preferred for you to take wine or the non-colored spirits. We are not encouraging you to take, but we are saying if you must, then the preference would be wine or the non-colored spirits. And I want to say it is because, and this is not medical evidence based, it is mainly because there are preservatives in the brown colored or dark colored spirits that affect the melanin cells for people with vitiligo, not for everybody. Okay? Yes, let me clarify that.
All right, that's good. Now, who is it that stands to have a higher risk of developing vitiligo?
There is no higher risk. I think if you have a familial or genetic predisposition, if there has been a family member or there is a genetic predisposition for you to have vitiligo, you are at a higher risk. If you have any other immune-related condition, for example, the thyroid disease or insulin-dependent type 1 diabetes or other immune-related conditions, then you are at risk of getting vitiligo. If you work with a lot of chemicals that cause depigmentation or loss of skin color, you are also at risk of vitiligo. There has been some evidence showing that if you have a lot of psychological stress, also is risked to it. But there's no one, I would say, one thing that would cause you. It's usually multifactorial. So all those things coming together may cause you to get vitiligo. The statistics show females have been more diagnosed with vitiligo, but mainly it's because they have a higher health-seeking tendency, if I may say so, and mainly because of the cosmetic part. It doesn't mean males are less affected. It just means that females tend to go to the hospital faster when they notice something. They don't ignore. I'm not saying men ignore, but they,
But well, now I'm looking at vitiligo just from the viewpoint of the common wananchi. Someone may wonder, is it a painful position to be in? Are there any discomforts that exist? Jean-Pierre, give me that particular picture.
I wouldn't say it's a simple position to be in. In terms of pain, I would say when you get sunburns, the healing process will be painful, because sometimes to accelerate your healing, you'll have to peel your own skin.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like literally?
Yeah, literally.
With your own hand?
Yeah. When I was studying in Athi River, and I was in the assemblies for the long time, especially during closing days, that's when I would notice if I stay in the sun too long, 1 week later, you'll have to be peeling your skin.
All right. Now, we will come back to that particular conversation in a bit, but I'm aware that we need to go to State House because our very own Faith Kipyegon is being celebrated for her exemplary performance in this at the Paris Diamond League and Florence Diamond League. These are live pictures coming in from State House. She broke the 5,000 meter record at Paris Diamond League on Saturday the 10th. After clocking 14 hours, 5 minutes and 20 seconds, barely a week after shattering the 1,500 record in Florence. Let's go to State House and get to see what's going on there.
Occasion where we have gathered here to celebrate two of our greatest athletes. One, the double world record breaker, Faith Kipyegon, and Ferdinand Omanyala, who is Africa's fastest man in 100 meters sprinter. Karibu sana. Your Excellency, sir, without much ado, I would like to invite the President of Athletics Kenya, General Retired Jackson Tuwei, to take us through the program. Thereafter, he will invite the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports. Welcome, General.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, the Deputy President, Cabinet Secretary, Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, our hero, Faith Chepngetich Kipyegon, all government officials present, athletes, Athletics Kenya officials, Your Excellency, sir, allow me from the onset to introduce the athletes who have escorted Faith Chepngetich here. We have got a few of them. A lot of them would have liked to come here, but because of time and so forth, we only brought a few of them. And allow me to introduce them to you right now. Of course, we start from the double world record holder, Faith Chepngetich herself. And she is here with her husband, Timothy Kitum, who in his own rights was also an athlete, a bronze medalist in 2012 London Olympics. And of course their daughter, Aline Chepkorir, who is also here, a future athlete. And they are also accompanied by their parents, Samuel Koech, Mzee Samuel Koech ambaye yuko hapo, na pia Mama Jane Koech and their child as well. Then we have Ferdinand Omanyala. I want to introduce him, the African record holder in 100 meters and of course the Commonwealth winner as well. Then we have Beatrice Chepkoech. Beatrice Chepkoech is right behind you, the world record holder in 3,000 meters steeplechase women. Then we have Mary Moraa. Mary Moraa is the current 800 meters champion in 800 meters also. Then we have Milka Chemos. Milka Chemos is right behind you, gold medalist in the World Championships Moscow in 3,000 meters steeplechase. Then we have Geoffrey Kamworor. Geoffrey Kamworor is a track record holder, but currently he's running marathon. And then we have Geoffrey Kirui. Geoffrey Kirui is also with us here. So, Your Excellency, those are the athletes who managed to escort our hero, Faith Chepngetich Kipyegon. Your Excellency, sir, Faith Chepngetich Kipyegon is the double World Athletics 1500 meters champion with back-to-back wins in 2022 in Oregon, United States of America, and 2019 in Doha Championships in Qatar. She is also the double Olympic 1500 meters championship with again back-to-back with wins in Tokyo in 2022 and Rio de Janeiro in 2016. Congratulations, Faith, and once again for this exceptional performance in your career, and particularly your very good discipline. Faith broke the world record in 1500 meters in Florence, Italy, during the Wanda Diamond League Golden Gala in Pietro Manea in Florence, Italy, on the 2nd June 2023, with a time of 3 minutes 49.1 seconds. This is new level of athletics excellence, resulting in not only a world record, but also a Diamond League record and world lead, as she is the first woman to run the 1500 meters under the 350 limit. This exceptional and world-class performance was followed by yet another super run in her fast 5,000 meters Diamond League race a week later in Paris, where she broke another world record on the 9th of June, 1 week later, 2023, during the Wanda Diamond League meeting in Paris in France, with a time of 14 minutes 0520 seconds. We congratulate you, Faith, once again for the wonderful performance. We had also one gentleman there from the media in Kenya, the only media reporter in Africa who was invited to go and report those performances, and this was Elias Makori from the Nation Media Group. He was reporting from there. Faith Kipyegon writes history as the first woman to break the world records in both the 1500 meters and 5,000 meters since an Italian Paola Pigni, who reset them, the two of them, in 1500 meters, 5,000 meters, and 10,000 meters over a 9-month stretch in 1969 and 1970. It has taken that long for somebody to come and break the same records. She has delivered her records within a week. The other one took quite a long time. And also, another Kenyan, you all remember, during the days of Henry Rono in 1970s, when he broke the world records in 3 events within 81 days. So she's the second Kenyan to have broken 2 world records within a very short time. Congratulations, Faith. We all know that for Faith to attain this level of excellence, it has taken absolute discipline, hard work, dedication, and patriotism. These are the attributes that we teach and encourage all our athletes to practice. Hence, she has become a real role model. It is also pleasing, Your Excellency, to know that Faith has extended her contribution further with support in the Sport for Climate Action engagements, when she was one of our athlete ambassador for the COP27 and during the Sirikwa cross-country tour in Eldoret, in tree planting and at the venue, and also giving interviews. We are very proud and grateful to Faith. Well done again, Faith. As I conclude, Your Excellency, may I take this opportunity to thank the government of the Republic of Kenya and the Ministry of Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports for the unwavering support to the development of sports and the conducive environment provided to our athletes to excel as we witness these such world-class performances. Your Excellency, thank you very much. I would like to end there. Thank you very much, and may God bless.
Thank you so much, General Tuwei, the President of Athletics Kenya. I wish now to call upon Honorable Ababu Namwamba, who is the Minister, Cabinet Secretary in charge of Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports. Welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, on that fine evening, June the 2nd, in Florence, Italy, when Faith ran a blistering 3.4911 minutes in the 1500 meters to set a new world record. She beat an 8-year-old record held by Ethiopian Genzembe Dibaba, set way back in 2015, and that record of 3.507 had stood for 8 years. And if the world was shocked on that evening, the world was absolutely stunned 7 days later in Paris, France, as Faith once again, this time running against the reigning world record holder, another Ethiopian, Letasinibet Gidey, who had set the world record in 5,000 meters on October 7, 2020, standing at 14 minutes, 0.62, another record that had stood for 3 years. Faith once again absolutely eviscerated that field that included Gidey herself, setting the new record of 14.520. As has already been indicated, Your Excellency, this is an incredible feat of sporting excellence and continues the long-standing tradition of Kenya as a world beater. Your Excellency, I want to appreciate you. I want to thank you for the very firm and equivocal support you have declared for sports and the creatives. Only a week ago, Your Excellency, actually just 3 or so days ago, we were on these State House grounds as you unveiled the flagship Talanta Hela initiative, an initiative whose focus, purpose, objective is to monetize the talents of our people, but most importantly, ensure that money ends up in the pockets of those that bear talents. Pesa mfukoni, as we say. And Your Excellency, it is because of this very strong and unequivocal support that our sporting arena is definitely on the up. I have no doubt that with your continued support, our sportsmen and women are in the right hands, in the right place. Your Excellency, I'm pleased to note that again, under your instructions and guidance, the Ministry of Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports has completely overhauled the reward scheme for our sportsmen and women. We have had a scenario where Kenyan sportsmen and women who break world records did not know what to expect. Now, Your Excellency, our athletes, our sportsmen and women will know exactly what to expect as a reward from government, from the people of Kenya, when you break a world record. The scheme, Your Excellency, which, as you are aware, is ready and available for you to unveil to the Republic, covers the entire spectrum of the sports and the creatives. It covers both individual sports, like athletics, where Faith has excelled, but it also extends to team sports, again, something we have not had before. We did not know, for instance, previously, what to do if Harambee Stars won a regional tournament. There was no scheme on how to reward such a team. We did not have guidelines, for instance, how to deal with the national honors for our sportsmen and women when they excel. Now it will be clear through this revised new scheme of rewarding. And Your Excellency, we have done this because at the ministry we are convinced that Kenya's #1 export to the world is our sportsmen and women. they brand Kenya in a manner that nothing else does. Faith breaking 2 world records in the space of 1 week has beamed the global spotlight on Kenya like nothing else could. And we must have a way as a country to honor and appreciate that, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, let me conclude by also thanking you for the support you have provided, that as part of this reward scheme, we are riding on the government's drive for affordable housing so that Kenyans can live in dignified habitats. And so under this scheme, Your Excellency, now we have an arrangement where our sportsmen and women can access affordable housing in a very manageable scheme. And this, we believe, will answer one of the biggest concerns where upon retirement, a lot of our sportsmen and women end up in destitution and some even die homeless. Now that will be a thing of the past as we roll out this new housing program as part of the new reward scheme, which, Your Excellency, you'll be able to roll out very soon, but starting today. Your Excellency, now allow me, with honor, respect, to invite His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic, Rigathi Gachagua. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, our heroine for today and for the country, Faith, your husband and your daughter, our other hero, Omanyala, the fastest man in Africa in matters 100 meters. Your Excellency, we are proud as a country, and we want to thank you for creating time this morning to receive Faith after the honor she has brought to our great country. Kenya is now on the world map, and what Faith has done is unprecedented, breaking 2 world records in a week's time. We want to celebrate our heroes, and Your Excellency, you have led by example because of the importance you attach to honor that is brought to this country by our own citizens. I want to take this opportunity as I congratulate Faith to ask our athletes to be prudent in the way they invest the earnings they get out of their accomplishments. And as the CS has said, it is very saddening when we see people who have been very successful, famous, live in squalor and poverty after retirement. So, Your Excellency, I want to invite Faith, Omanyala, and everybody else to look for ways of investing. And Faith, should you have a problem in knowing how exactly you can invest whatever you're going to earn, I'm available. I'm a very prudent businessman. I can guide you around to make sure that you succeed. Your Excellency, this is also a success story for the Hustler Nation. Because as we were having breakfast, you inquired from Faith what she does for a living. She told you she's a hustler, she's just hustling around. So this victory is also a victory for the Hustler Nation. And we have asked Faith also to dignify the Hustler Nation by investing wisely, succeeding, employing 10 or 20 more Kenyans, so that people can also know that something good can come from the Hustler Nation. As for Omanyala, Your Excellency, is also a great victory for our government because he's our officer in the National Police Service, and we ask him to be a good ambassador for our police service and for government as he runs around and succeeds. And fortunately for me, Your Excellency, and the people from the region where I come from, we did not know until the other day that this athletic business, it has a lot of money in it. Had I known this 30 years ago, Your Excellency, I want to assure you I would have been the fastest man in the world so that I can also get the earnings that goes with it. So I want to say we are very, very grateful and we are honored. And Faith, congratulations. You've done well, and we encourage other patriots to follow suit so that our country can have the right blood. And we expect our Ministry of Tourism, Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Trade to use the successes of these athletes as a tool to market our country and its products abroad. With those very many remarks, it is now with humility, my honor and privilege to ask the President of the Republic of Kenya to come and make his remarks. Your Excellency.
Asante sana Bwana Deputy President, tafadhali tuketi chini wale wako na viti. Thank you very much. My dear sister Faith, your daughter Eileen and husband and parents, distinguished leaders who are here, ladies and gentlemen, this morning is a great morning when we receive Faith Kipyegon. We celebrate the historic 2 records set by Faith in a span of 1 week, breaking the 1,500 meter record in Florence, Italy, and 5,000 meters in Paris, France. This morning I offered breakfast to Faith and her family to celebrate and to recognize what she has done, not just for herself, but for our nation, Kenya. Faith has made Kenya incredibly proud. She stands as a shining model of consistency, discipline, hard work, as well as family. Faith is a great Kenyan woman, a mother, a wife, and a world champion rolled into one. Today, we also acknowledge Kenya's dramatic improvement in sprints, courtesy of our great African champion, Ferdinand Omanyala. When I see Omanyala, I see a great future for many young Kenyans, especially in the space of sprints. And I see this one, Eileen, as the future. I also celebrate the first rising 800 meters king and queen, teenage Emmanuel Wanyonyi, and yours truly, Mary Mora, who is right here with us. And the many other sportsmen and women who have accompanied Faith to come here so that we can celebrate this great feat. When I watched the moments when Faith was running, sometimes behind the lights, sometimes ahead of the lights, and I asked her this morning, are you able to see the lights when you are running? And she told me yes, especially when the light is not too much. And at some point she was encouraged when she saw that she was ahead of the lights, 300 meters to the finish line, and she said then she made up her mind that it was going to be do or die, and she made it. Congratulations, Faith. In recognition of what our sportsmen and women are doing, we have had a policy shift. I have instructed the Ministry of Sports, Youth and Arts that we are going to move away from crowding the Sports and Arts Fund with other requirements, and that it is going to be dedicated solely to matters sports, matters art, and the creative economy. As I did make the announcement last week here. We are going to look for alternative resources to do all the other things that today the Sports and Arts Fund is doing, building hospitals, building other issues. We're going to look for alternative sources of resources to be able to do that so that we can dedicate the Sports and Arts Fund to sports, to the creative economy, and to arts so that we can promote the young men and women in that space because they are doing a wonderful job in profiling our country positively, in hoisting our flag internationally, and in giving Kenya the pride of place in the family of nations when they run and when they win. I have also asked the ministry that the government of Kenya should review the reward scheme so that we can recognize and we can reward appropriately the men and women who attain excellence in our sports, in our arts, and in the creative economy. And going forward, we have decided as the government of Kenya that any Kenyan who participates in a world event and breaks a world record, unlike in the past when there was no recognition, going forward, for every world record broken by a Kenyan, the government of Kenya is going to award 5 million shillings. And we are going to start today with Faith. She has won and broken 2 world records in 1500 meters, as I said, in Florence, Italy, and in 5,000 meters in Paris, in France. The government of Kenya is going to award her a total of 5 million for one record, and we are going to give her a house worth 6 million for the other record. It will be the same for all the other world beaters and world record breakers that will come after Faith, so that our young men and women can be motivated, because we already have the talent. We have the pool of talented resources in Kenya that can break any record. And going forward, we're going to work hand in hand with our athletes and support them. And beyond supporting them, reward them appropriately. This is also the spirit of the Talanta Hela flagship initiative I availed last Friday. I did say last Friday that we are monetizing sports. We are monetizing art. We are monetizing music. We are monetizing the creative economy so that it begins to speak the language of success to those millions who participate in that space, and recognize that art is not just about jokes. It is about serious business. Athletics is not just about entertainment. Football is not just about entertainment. It's not about making us feel good. It must speak to the language of monetary gain for those who sacrifice, spend their time, commit their resources, stay disciplined. And I want to congratulate Faith for being an example of what discipline and consistency is. Our sportsmen and women brand Kenya worldwide more than any other branding that happens. We want to honor and reward them accordingly. The new scheme covers the entire spectrum of sports and creatives. Under this scheme, as I have said, We are going to have a whole new package. I want the ministry to finalize the package of what kind of reward scheme is going to accompany our sportsmen and women, our creatives, our arts, people participating in arts, and I will be launching that scheme shortly so that our sportsmen and women and people in the arts space can know how the government of Kenya is going to stand with them when they shine. And we were going to make sure that they are proud to be Kenyan, and they should be proud of what they are doing. I also want to ask the ministry responsible for immigration that our sportsmen and women who excel should be given diplomatic passports and other national honors. We're going to work as a government to ensure that these great Kenyan ambassadors who do sometimes more than what I can do as president or what the ministers and all other Kenyans can do, get the place of pride and move around the world with ease so that they can continue to hoist the flag of our country in many places of the world. I must also say that we are refining necessary policies and facilities. Last week, we launched a master plan on sports infrastructure. What is going to happen to our stadia? What is going to happen to all accompanying academies and training facilities and mentorship programs for all the people working in that space, making sure that we have the necessary infrastructure to support our arts, to support our sports, and to make sure that we give the best possible chance for our sportsmen and women and our artists to be their best and to bring out their best talents. Congratulations, Faith. At some point, I saw somebody saying, this Kipyegon lady, it is her faith that made Kipyegon to do well. So continue, Faith, to have the faith to win even more. Congratulations, Hongera, my brother Ferdinand, Wanyonyi, Mary Mora, and all the world beaters who are here. You have made not just yourselves proud, you have made all of us and the people of Kenya and the nation of Kenya proud. We will stand with you, we will work with you, we will do this journey together. We are opening a new page as a nation in making sure that the investment that our sportsmen and women make, and they invest, I know for a fact, whenever I am home in Eldoret, I see hundreds of sportsmen and women very early in the morning, late in the evening, taking time, painstakingly training. They invest their time, they invest their resources, they invest their talents, they invest their intellect in developing these careers and in developing the talent that they have. We want to make sure that that investment is built into the investment we are also making as government in infrastructure, and that investment speaks to us as a nation and builds our economy as well. Congratulations again to all our sportsmen and women. Congratulations to Athletics Kenya and all the other sports managers. And I want to promise you that you have my support, the support of the government of Kenya, and I am sure that the people of Kenya stand right behind you as you make our country proud and great. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Let me ask before I finish. Let's sit down. Wewe mtu ya bunge. Yes. Chairman wa bunge. Kuja hapa semeko kitu. You can do it from here.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I really want to appreciate you for the support you are giving sportsmen and women in this country. And just as you have put it, I think it is now the right time for the sportsmen to have gotten a government that supports talent. And I want to be very categorical, and Your Excellency, appreciate the gifts and the motivation that you are giving to the sportsmen and women. Yeah. During my time, it was hard to get any motivation out of this. But I want to encourage the young men and women who are talented in this area, that as you get the motivation, I want to urge you to play clean, because that is the only way we are going to make Kenya proud going forward. As the chairman of Sports Committee in Parliament, we will do the right thing in terms of legislation to make sure that whatever you have put across, Your Excellency, we will make it sure that it goes in the right legislation. And particularly, you have said something that has touched my heart, that the funds that we get from the betting should now not be diverted to do something else, but let it just go to the sportsmen and improve their lives. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for giving us that opportunity.
Thank you very much. As you are aware, Dan Wanyama, Chair, we are proposing in the finance bill that we increase the excise duty on betting from 7.5%. I had suggested to 20%, but I think Parliament have adjusted it. I don't know, to 12.5% or 15%. Please, munisaidia hapo ndio nipate pesa ya kupatia hii watu. These people are doing a good job, my friend. Hata nyinyi mkubali.
I would vote yes.
Okay, let me ask my good brother, the governor of Nairobi. Wewe kuja semeko kitu hapa.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Allow me to first congratulate Faith for keeping the faith and for this absolutely amazing feat, and also my brother Ferdinand, who is my good friend, and all the athletes who are here. Your Excellency, your commitment to sports and to the creative economy has never been seen in this country. And on behalf of all the county governments, because we're also dealing with this, sports is a concurrent function, we're also committing to do our part as county governments, because the creative sector and the sports and the arts are an economic frontier that have never been explored. Your Excellency, if you look at Nigeria, the second biggest employer after agriculture is the arts scene, is the arts industry. But for us, Your Excellency, we have not invested that much. That is why our actors don't get airtime on TV, our musicians are not being listened to on radio, and our sports people don't get the investment they deserve. Finally, Your Excellency, I would like to urge the ministry, together with us as counties, to also look at other disciplines. We have a young lady called Angela Okutoi, who is doing amazing in tennis around the world, and I know she's getting supported. If you look at our brother Yego, he trained himself in javelin. We can also look at other disciplines and put the support. As counties, we're putting up infrastructure. I'm proud to let you know, Excellency, Nairobi, we have plans to sort out City Stadium and call it the Joe Kadenge Stadium in honor of the work that, and the legend that he was. In the morning when I received Faith at the airport, I was joking with the chairman of Athletics Kenya, who knew my mother. My mother was a champion in 200 meters Commonwealth for Kenya. And he asked me, what happened to you? And I told him that I don't run, but I ran for office. So I'm still in that field. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much for running anyway, in whatever means. Let me ask my good brother, Ferdinand Omanyala, to come here na pia asemeko kitu.
All protocol observed. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's an honor to stand in front of you, Mr. President, to just say thank you for this. Actually, I was called around 1 a.m. I wasn't expecting this, but thank you so much for this kind gesture. And thank God I never broke the world record before then, but now at least I'll get something. And congratulations, Faith. I remember we were together in both the meets, and you are really inspiration to everybody around the world, and to me also. I just have two requests, Mr. President. I train at Kasarani, and the warm-up track is completely worn out. So if we can make that one,
okay,
as we head to the Olympics, that will be a great pleasure. And sisi kama athlete tunataka kutoka na chai kidogo hapa. Itakuwa mzuri. Thanks so much for this, and I really appreciate it. For me, I promise in 2 months' time we're getting a medal at the World Championships, and it's never happened before for Africa, not just for Kenya, for Africa. So the progression is going on well, and with the support that you've promised, I really appreciate it, and thank you so much. Asante.
Thank you, Omanyala. I have something for Omanyala. Where is the... Oh, very good.
Your Excellency, in appreciation of the incredible work that Ferdinand is doing, taking our sprints to another level, we have an appreciation for him from yourself. Yes.
So much. Thank you. Very good.
Kenya shillings 2 million to Ferdinand in appreciation for ruling Africa in 100 meters. Congratulations, Ferdinand.
Okay. Let me now ask our hero, Faith Kipyegon, to come here. I did ask her to make some small remarks. She's done all of us proud. And we are really, really happy this morning to host her. Karibu sana.
Sorry. Okay. Your Excellency, sir, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, it's a pleasure. Yeah.
You cannot be happy.
I'm so excited. I don't know where to start and finish. I'm so emotional to be here. I feel appreciated. I can say like that. To be back home and see this kind of reception is warm my heart. Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, Governor of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja, President of AK, I'm so glad, I'm so happy. I don't know, I always say I don't know how to say, I don't know, yeah. I'm so happy, I'm so happy. Let me start saying thank you very much. I'm so happy and I lack what to say. I was not expecting this, but it's just like a surprise. So let me thank the government of Kenya for the warm welcome back home. Secondly, let me thank my family, my mother, my father, my husband as well, and my daughter. You see, my daughter is very, very happy and excited to be here. Yeah, she was not expecting to see the president. I can see that. Yeah, and I don't know what to say. Let me just say thank you for the warm welcome, and thank you to the Kenyans who really supported me and cheering me wherever I was, in Rome and also in Florence. Yeah, I was with many Kenyans in Paris. I can say walinifanya walinipea motisha mpaka nikaweka world record. I was not expecting that. I remember I told my coach, nani ataifunja rekodi ya 5,000? 14:06 is not that easy. It's not that easy. But sikuwa najua nitakuwa mwenye break hiyo rekodi. I'm still surprised. I can say like that. I don't have much to say, but thank you very much. As athletes, let me thank athletes also for accompanying me to here. Naesa lia yani.
Thank you.
Yeah, asanteni sana kwa kukuja. Asante sana Mr. President kwa kunialika hapa na kunikaribisha nyumbani. Feel appreciated sana. And I'm the first one to be invited here as an athlete, so I hope motivate many athletes kujua kuwa kubreak rekodi utakaribishwa nyumbani vizuri sana. So nawaambia tung'ang'ane, to break records, tuchenge jina la country yetu iende mbele, na let's run clean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, bring something.
Faith, Your Excellency will now make a presentation of 5 million Kenya shillings, the first reward for the world record in 1,500 meters. In saidia mama kubeba milioni 5.
Congratulations, Faith. Congratulations, my dear.
My information is only 500.
Your Excellency, in appreciation of the second world record, that 5 million shillings in appreciation of the first world record in 1,500 meters, in appreciation of the second world record in 5,000 meters, we will present the key to a house at Park Road, which now becomes your residence in Nairobi, Faith. A three-bedroom house, na tutakusindikiza at your convenience to go to take residence of the house, which is ready for you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, this scheme is in partnership with the Housing Finance Corporation.
Let me just say a few things about the house that we are giving to Faith. This is part of our affordable housing program. This house in Park Road, if it was built under the normal program, a 3-bedroom house in Park Road would be anywhere between 15 and 20 million. But because we have decided as a government that owning a house should not be the privilege of the rich, it should be a necessity and a right to as many Kenyans as possible. This house has now been reduced to 6 million shillings, and that is what we are paying. And we have a whole write-up about this, Faith. We will make sure that other athletes either buy the houses affordably. If they do well like you, they also get a reward from the government of Kenya. We will be asking them going forward. They can ask for their reward in cash. They can also ask for their reward in kind. And we will facilitate both ways. Congratulations, Faith.
Hongera, Faith. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm so happy with the reward. Now I can own a house in Nairobi. I was not expecting, today is the truth. And with the money, I can say now I can buy my father a car. I promised him when I was going to break a world record that I'm going to buy a car for him. So now I can fulfill my promise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so asante sana. At least we've made Faith keep her commitment to the father and the mother. So asanteni sana. God bless you. Thank you, Faith, again. Congratulations.
Asante sana. This ceremony is concluded. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank
so much. We have now completed our program for today, and we are free to leave. However, for the media, if you need an interview with Faith, you are free to interview.
Those are live pictures from State House. A big congratulations to Faith Kipyegon for that particular exemplary act that she did. Of course, even to Ferdinand Omanyala, they've received gifts of cash, and Faith has received a house as a gift. Remember, that was part of the housing project by the president. Well, it is now time that we shift gears. Remember, this is what brings us to an end of Good Morning Kenya. We now need to pave way for News Check for more of our programming right here on KBC Channel 1. But it would be bad if I do not appreciate my guests today. I was with Dr. Mercy Kariuki, dermatologist, and Jean-Pierre, the CEO of Europe to Africa. Karibuni sana tena, and I know we'll continue with our conversation about vitiligo a bit later on, but thank you so much for coming. Well, it's time for us to end this particular morning show. My name is Ram Maguko. Keep it KBC Channel 1 for more of our programming. News Check is coming up next right here on KBC Channel 1.
Many things that once required human brain power can now be handled by artificial intelligence. AI's ability to swiftly analyze complex data lets it identify individuals in a crowd or precisely predict traffic flows to alleviate congestion. Now, a new use has been found for AI in Japan in the world of manga and anime. A service called Sai-chan uses AI to create unique illustrations of faces. It works like this. Choose the face you like best from the first selection presented. The AI analyzes your preference and instantly creates 14 similar images. Manually drawing a human character takes us at least 2 weeks and up to a month. The AI gets the same kinds of results in just 0.03 seconds. The AI learns your preferences from your selections, getting more accurate each time. Millions of variations are possible. This game production company uses Sai-chan to develop characters for their games. Sai-chan has created over 200 character icons for us so far. Japan's most famous cartoonist laid down his pens decades ago, but a pioneering AI project has brought his spirit back to life. Tezuka Osamu, known as the god of manga, left behind over 700